time to continue where I left off yesterday. Let's see how far I get today. So what I did here was very unclear. It wasn't structured because this is very new thing for me, and it's also, well, because it's new, it's difficult, but also it kind of combines everything I do in my life. This will be the central decision. How this has kind of showed itself in my life is during moments where I need to choose what clothes I buy, what role I want to take, what future option I want to consider. All those questions have raised the question who I am. Who am I? And I didn't have an answer for that. Or I still don't have an answer. So it's difficult to decide at the moment, because I have decided that at some point I will decide who I want to be. But until that has happened, I have avoided making decisions. Even friends, I could have socialized way more, but I'm kind of afraid, not afraid, but I don't want to form friendships if at some point I would kind of not want to continue that. Kind of creating false hope, or yeah. I haven't started to look for jobs because I can't answer the question of, okay, where do I want to live? Why there? What sort of work I want to do? How? What skills do I develop? But the main point here is that I have questions. I have had a lot of questions where I couldn't answer because every time I got the argument that I haven't decided yet, and this needs, I need to consider everything. I need to make time for this session. So now one approach to this, solving who I want to become, is to ask the questions and start to figure out. For example, okay, let's start with, I need to buy a shirt. I will probably jump between different areas whichever is most interesting at the moment. Questions. I need to buy T-shirts. I want to buy T-shirts. What color? What type? So this is the first question that I feel like many of my T-shirts are bad, or let's say there are better and worse T-shirts that I own. Some are too short, and for me it's a bit uncomfortable if I have T-shirt here and then pants, but there is a gap. So if the length of the T-shirt is too short, so what I want is I want this extra space here. So instead of this, I would want to have so that there wouldn't be this gap. I don't like this. If I lift my arms up, T-shirt will expose some skin, especially now when it's a bit cold, chilly inside. I like to keep my T-shirt tucked in my pants. But this so this is one requirement I sort of have, but with this character thing, I need to consider the mindset here is that with every action that can show a different character or qualities of me, I need to consider through the character, but I don't have it. I don't know who I am because I haven't decided. This is one thing that I would like to have, but it's not necessary really. I could wear short T-shirts for the rest of my life. I don't really care because I like discomfort as well. But the decision here, the problem is the decision. What will I buy? Who do I ask this sort of question? If I think about myself, who am I? I'm mainly this, but really I'm this, but this conscious feeling reality itself, and this I haven't. Yesterday I talked about what it is. I haven't yet, at least, been able to, or even tried properly to unravel what's inside of it. Can I take these to pieces, analyze it? But how I see it is, it's just one point that it doesn't have anything in it. That's the ultimate conscious experience. And these feelings, these are where I'm mostly at, or just some action. But I very rarely stay here. So the question, I want to buy T-shirts. Apparently I wrote this wrong. Yeah, that's why the 7 didn't work. Okay. what color, what type? Who do I ask this? Most people, I'm sure, would just go with their gut feeling, meaning this is gut feeling, inner feelings. This is subconscious level also. So what feels the best? Problem I have with that is that gut feeling is combination of what is the environment. Of course, in this case, it's functional. I have some functional reason. So I'm not taking this advice from anyone else. But the color, what color will I pick? If people just go with their gut feeling, they are influenced by others, so their environment. Maybe in their friend group there is certain style they want to please others. They want to be comfortable, meaning they don't want attention, so they pick neutral colors like in South Korea. But if I go with my gut feeling, I will just want to disappear. So this is who I have been, a ghost. But what I want to be, well, is concrete. Actually, no. Let me just... I still want to be a ghost. This is not something I want to change, I think, but if I have been, and I'm still a little bit this, I'm on the background, I don't feel like I'm with others. I'm invisible. What I want to be is visible. So each action I take is the action in this reality and not on some other level of reality. So me choosing or going with my gut feeling, choosing black, is just, or what feelings I analyze when I think about that color choice is safety, but it's here. So because there are multiple parts of me, one part of me wants to do stuff, wants to experience new things, but the other one doesn't want to do anything new. So these are the conflicts. For example, my whole journey towards doing these streams, advancing the life work, has been a huge conflict, because just the changing myself, there is a huge conflict. But then the inner feeling, which is very close to here, who I am, the feeling of wanting to help and not seeing any other way to kind of please my needs, wanting to know, experience this world better. I'm too bored. That has won, but it has always been just conflict. So here I see that the reason why I would choose black right now, color t-shirts, is just the safety. It's safe, and then I would stay at this category. So that's the problem, that the decisions I make, I don't just, most people, I think, are influenced only by what they are at the moment. But because I understand how I can change myself, and I have confidence that I can change myself. That means that, especially while conscious, I don't just think about my feelings at the moment, but also what it will be, what it could be. So it creates kind of more complex decision making, because instead of having 10, let's say there are 10, what's here? Okay, let's say there are 7 different categories of feelings. If I base my decisions based on this, well, it's 7. But what if I have 2 different variations of what I could change these into? So instead of having 7, now I have 21. Because and then combining these, it's way more, because I'm also combining what I won't change to, or with what I could change, and that creates its own variation. That's why it's difficult right now, and why it's confusing, because there is no real basis of what should I consider, because none of these are permanent. If I don't think consciously, more animalistically, then these are permanent. Animals, or less conscious beings, humans, this is normal. This is normal life. There is nothing bad in it. But I'm too autistic. I have advanced too far to be able to kind of use only these ones and not the potentials also. And yeah, ignorance is a bliss. It's not wrong saying that. I know it. That before I realized my philosophy, realized this world, there was some sort of magic. But then after I realized it, yeah, the magic disappeared somewhat. It was sort of, I think, gradual change, but still, after having that zero knowledge of, or infinite understanding of this reality, this universe, then there is way less space for magic. And in some way, it makes it more difficult. This is why, if someone wants to sell different types of, let's say, ice cream flavors. If there are too many flavors, many won't buy because it's too difficult to make a choice. So having actually less options is good for, or in many cases. And that's true also here, that for someone who is not familiar with this, with politics, this is too much information already, probably. For someone, they want to have just one button called saying play, where they press the button and they start to play a game, where they learn this stuff from a different perspective and gradually. But if it didn't have that button, if they look at this website, they just immediately go away. So it's better for them if the aim is to reach as many possible as many people as possible, then that could be the best way. But yeah, so the problem is when I ask questions, this is just the first one, how do I base my answer? What color, what type? These could be the color choices. Why would I choose this? And some of these could require some changing of feelings in my part. Maybe wearing blue, this is very common for me, so I don't need to change my feelings. But choosing this, I could become, or this, self-aware that, hey, now I'm wearing something that some people will look at and see me as gay. So that will give a certain image of me. And it's not a problem. So any of it is not a problem. I can change, but it's just that what do I want to achieve? Is it beneficial for my life work for people to think I'm gay? So there are many choices, or then, okay, the behavior. If I realize that, but the behavior I will build, which maybe I don't know if I wrote it here, but that's something I will change as well, or at least consider. So wait. I think that's British way of saying it. This is US. So maybe behavior doesn't matter what color of shirt I wear. Could I visualize this somehow? Probably yes. So level 1, color, behavior, value. Not sure if this is the correct way, but let's say some person, they don't think about, or they don't know who they are, what what they want to be, and they choose certain color of shirt. That gives first kind of feeling of that person to someone. But if and if they show that they are not comfortable, they don't know what they're doing, then people assume that this is the point. This is what the other person feels. This is their maximum. They don't know anything. They just thought that, hey, I could wear this color. So this is their level. That person is at level 1. And they base their kind of value of that person or respect by this. But if someone wears a certain color, but they are comfortable with it, and they also have, or then they might have the behavior. Okay, someone wears an odd color, but it's clear that that's not the point where that person is. That person is at level 2. So they don't think, the person doesn't think about the color. They think about the behavior, that's more important. And this could be dating example as well. So if person focuses on their looks alone, then that's it. That's what they want to show. But if they're comfortable wearing some funny hairstyle or just very basic one or bad, but they focus on behavior, then that's what others will see as well. But then the third level is value. So here someone might wear some color shirt, behave in some way, but what they don't care about their behavior that much. That's not the focus point, but the focus point is value. In dating terms, this could be, well, looks, of course. This is the how they behave with others socially, and this is in bigger terms. Would they be a good parent? Are they good? And people value, they don't probably care that much about looks, and behavior they can change. So I don't know this. I haven't really thought about this, but yeah, that was maybe too random at this point. What color, what type? So yeah, too much yapping. Let's try to fasten the pace. This is really a question for me. So what is the process? So I want to buy t-shirts. Why? This is why. This is one reason. One reason is that I have to I won't do all the questions this detail, but I think this is easy one, so why not? Why? I have too many different sizes and types. annoying to choose bad. This problem I had with socks and boxers as well, underwear, where I had accumulated too many different sizes, different colors, different types of socks and underwear, that I noticed that I knew I was preferring some of them. Some of them were better, some were worse. And just choosing that, going to the sock drawer and trying to find or looking at, okay, what do I have left? Do I have these good ones left? Or so unnecessary decisions. I didn't like it at all. Boxers as well. That I knew when choosing that, okay, this won't feel the best. So I would go whole days, years just wearing clothes that are not that comfortable. So what I did was I decided that hey, I bought maybe 2 or 3 types of boxers. Actually, I think 1 type of socks. They were good, or I chose the best and then went with that. Right now I have two types of boxers I wear. They are kind of identical. They're different brand, a little different, but they're so similar that I don't really, I prefer one, but it's not a problem. So now I have only 1 type of socks. It's not the question of what socks I will choose, but rather how many there are left. I think I have 38 pairs of socks. I still have other types, shorter ones, ankle socks for summer, but at least this previous summer I didn't even use them, so I might throw them away. The same thing I would kind of want to have with t-shirts as well, that it's not about what t-shirt I will choose for what occasion, but rather how many do I have left. But yeah, so that socks and boxers example, that was before I had this problem that I knew I was gonna build my character. So now, or if I did that decision now, I would have to consider life work as well. Maybe different color socks would kind of make someone's day better when they see it. Maybe that's an icebreaker. And let's put that there. Sure if that's how you write it. So icebreaker, different socks. Right now I have only black socks because it's sort of the easiest to find, cheap. But what if I had just same type, same brand, and all colors, and I would just choose matching socks? Then it wouldn't be a problem. I think, yeah, okay, it would create some situations where maybe I'm going for a run. I know that, okay, my socks will dirt a little bit. I wouldn't choose light yellow ones. I would want to choose darker ones. But that's not the problem, really. I think the type of sock is the most important for me. And also when doing laundry and putting the socks from the basket into the closet, that's super easy if I don't have only one type of sock. So no need to find the pair. So yeah, if I choose to wear matching socks, then that's an option. Outlook, icebreaker. Mix matching socks. Boxers as well. Can they be different colors? Okay, many won't see my boxers, but it's about the idea. What's important here? It's not what actually happens. If I have funny color boxers, then in some situation, let's say I'm doing some sport with a friend, they comment the boxers. That's fine. That could be another or very small thing, but still make an impression or enforce some look that I want to enforce. So this is the reason why different sizes, types, annoying to choose. Some have some text meaning. So there are t-shirts that give some meaning. Is that a good thing? And I can go here, separate this. I could go here and think about that. Okay, this color, how important is it? If some person is not capable of changing their behavior, or they think the behavior sucks, but they are just good looking. Many like to stay at this stage. This is small talk stage. People are so fake. They just focus on this because it's the easiest one. But if someone kind of is here or even here, they don't mind the color that much. Meaning that if I want to give out some feeling, some idea what type of person I am, I could kind of go first and consider this, that okay, let's start with level 1 and consider color. What color would give this kind of impression? But then if I move behavior, let's say I have figured out that these colors, these types are the best. And then I go here, behavior, and onwards to value, I might figure out that, wait, actually, because this is way more important than this, that wearing one color, very basic shirts is actually the best to give out specific kind of image where I focus on the value I give or the behavior, then it will rule out the color. And this is just that if I only have the color or the style to show, color here is quite bad, I would say. Let's type and look is good. So maybe I do too much or unnecessary work by focusing on look, where the value is the most important. But maybe I don't think realistically, and I think about value, but only I can show this only if people listen to me at least 5 minutes, and 90%, 99% would only see the look. So of course this won't be an easy thing. It's a balancing. There needs to be a balancing factor for someone. Or yeah, what is my aim? Is my aim to kind of reach some perfect position for some specific group of people, or do I want to showcase certain image for as many as possible? What is the goal? That's the difficult part here. Behavior, or maybe it goes to value. Right now there is an issue. No, not an issue. It's well, okay. For someone it is an issue that in Finnish some members of parliament, also one member of EU Parliament, they made racist pictures or expressions that it's clearly at least 2 news pieces here. It's already a few days old. That has influenced Finland's image around the world, especially Middle East or East Asia. So Japan, yeah, well, this is the third, that anyway, some members from Finn's party, especially, and then Miss Finland, ex-Miss Finland, they lost their status, but they made racist remarks. How do I feel about that? What is my stance on it? This I thought about today, that of course I have a natural feeling that, well, it's not good. I'm kind of angry at the people, but if I think about that neutrality that I discussed yesterday, what should be my behavior, or what is my value? Do I try to be neutral and actually show it through my behavior? That is, well, yet to be decided. but there again, if I want to be neutral, then the only thing I would output is my kind of look on it from both angles, or all the angles I can see. I will analyze why they did that. What would they kind of benefited? Was it a mistake? And then analyze the reaction to it, which is the kind of worst thing, is that it's not just, of course, people can make racist remarks, but it's important how people react to it. And Finnish Prime Minister did just say that it's childish, so they didn't really condemn it, which is, in my book, very, very bad. So that raises questions of is the Prime Minister and his team idiots? Do they know what they're doing? What is that they want to give out with that statement? That they are not brave enough to say that it's, or they don't do, are they afraid to say that it's wrong, racism is wrong, or are they too stupid to not understand what they're doing? Would that be neutral take? I don't know, but yeah, where was I? Yeah, I was talking about how maybe what people I want to reach. This will be such a long process. Such a long process. But with any other feeling change, this should be similar. That I start from somewhere, then I decide, okay, I want to change this to this, or this could mean that I will create the answer. And if this raises too many questions, then I will build those questions and then go from that. And then when I have kind of reached that the end of something, then I can come back. And then do this. There are these, how would I, okay, let's say there is a container filled with water, and I pour into that container water, and at this level there is a valve, or is it valve? Some way the water could go to this little container. So it would go here. Wait, pump, no. have translate here. It's the wrong translate. What? Tube, pipe. These are very basic words, but yeah, tube, pipe I haven't used in my own speech that much. But let's say there is a pipe to let water go here, and when the water level rises, it needs to rise at this level, and then, but there is another pipe here. That's the hard thing. There's pipe, and then there's a container here. Actually, let's say there, yeah, the container is this long. So when the water at this container fills, then it starts to fill this container, and just when this container is also full, at least at this point, then it can reach at this stage, and then I can fill this cup, which is the point that right now I have a question: what types and colors of t-shirt I will buy next. That's the question here, and this is the answer. So very simple. I just need to raise this level, and then it will go here, and I have the answer. Then I can buy those t-shirts, start using them. Problem is, this level, there's a question: what image does it, or if I buy black t-shirts, what does it tell about me? What kind of image does it give of me? Then I need to figure out all of that before. Very boring example, but let's go here. So meaning it will just start from somewhere, and then I figure out another question. And here there is that: what is the image that I want to show? So maybe that will, then I will reach to this point. And then I have options that, hey, I could choose this sort of images. Why would I choose any of them? It's one thing to create the options for me, but the more important question is, okay, what's the value in both? What do I want to achieve? Then I would probably go to this life goal again. But it's not just that. The life goal, what it actually is, it's just, the life goal is just another feeling, like any other feeling, but it's more core feeling that means I can't change it probably. Or this, I have talked about how on April maybe it was on March, I reached to a point where I started to change feelings around doing something. Then I figured out, wait, there are more inner feelings. Then as I was on a roll, I decided to go even deeper, and then I reached to a point where I was too afraid to start changing, because I thought, I was afraid, and I still am, if I would to try it, that I would go insane. If I changed myself from good to bad, for example, that would kind of ruin everything, break everything. Because my philosophy is just, I have feelings, I realize my limits as a human, that I can't know everything. I have to compromise. My compromising is that I will die at some point. I might as well live a bit longer, and when I live a bit longer, I might enjoy this, because enjoyment is just some feelings. But yeah, I very heavily rely on, or actually 100% I rely on my biology. And I realized that I could change my brain myself many different ways, but there is sort of there is no reason to change it to anything. I won't just throw dice and then randomly decide, hey, I want to become a criminal. I want to become an evil person. Because why would I do that? I already have somewhat defined features and qualities that kind of guide me. I don't have any control over what I choose. Not really. I'm selfish with my life plan, that I have just analyzed these. Some of these, that hey, I want to be good. How will I break that part? How will I go deeper than that? Good in what way? I don't care. I don't care to go deeper. I want to see other people happy. That's another one. And it's such deep feeling that there is no need to go deeper. I don't have time and it's pointless. Going deeper and changing. So if I change something, if I change this a little bit to the left, it's not a big deal, probably. It's a small shift to the left. It doesn't change the whole picture. But if I change this, it doesn't just change this, but everything here as well, and this will move even more. That's why it's more difficult to change, or more difficult, but also more impactful to change feelings that are more inner or core feelings. It's easy to change outer stuff. But if I were to change this just a little bit to the left, it would actually make a huge swift on all the other levels, and here as well. So one little change here would kind of break a lot. So I haven't felt any need to change this. The calm. Right. Right. So these inner feelings, at least what I remember having analyzed, one could be that I want to be good. Of course, it's subjective what that means, but in my view, what good means, I can come back to that later, but yeah, it's not important. And the other one could be I want to see people happy. And I don't think I have kind of specified any other or any deeper feeling. And I have probably explained this already, but basically after realizing that, I realized that, hey, I want to see people happy, but my life was not in a position I could do anything. So in the last maybe 9-10 months, what I have done is I have changed these inner feelings, the output, to allow me to kind of reach this level that it feels good to help humanity. But my life, my confidence and skills have not been there. My habits have not been there to allow this. That has been one of the kind of difficulties living, that there is some very important section that I just that isn't placed. But right now it's in a very good state. The problem just being that I have too much. I have limits, which is time. Okay. I'm not sure why I went there, but so why questions have too many different sizes and types, annoying to choose. Let me make these different points. Some have text meaning. So the question, I think, kind of went here, that what is the aim? I knew, of course, that it would go there, but this is just a good way, in my case here, to get started, because thinking about kind of bigger questions, making lifelong plans, that's not concrete. That's not really on my mind all the time. So these are concrete questions that I have, that I every time I take a t-shirt out, wear it, I'm not comfortable. So this is actually productivity. productivity thing. So the problem is real. Okay, what color, what type? Why? Maybe 2 times. All right. And then what's the problem? Meaning, why can't I choose? What image do I want to give? Let's focus on that. I think I will just take this off. Okay. That's not necessary. What image do I want to give? Depends on what is my goal. Of course. So this question leads to what is my goal? I think I will need more space. Not sure if that's important. So let me have more space then. Pretty sure this is very unnecessary. Okay, that's better. And this is shirt example. What image do I want to give? And it depends on the goals. Here I get to the next part, which is what is my goal? What are my goals in life? Nice questions as always. What are my goals in life? Subconsciously, I don't know. I don't want to think about this. What comes to mind are see people happy, create working democracy. So my life work. Is this everything? If my life consists of thinking, you are what you think, then would this be enough? Just doing this like a robot, is that enough? No. So that won't be enough, because, or at least at this level, it needs to be taken into pieces what that actually means. But this is just part of what I want. What are my goals? And reason is that I don't have that feeling all the time. And I have said it many times that it is very powerful motivator. I can't get rid of it. I don't want to get rid of it, the feeling. But it's powerful, but it's slow. So I get motivation, then I act on it, but then I don't feel anything. But after some time, I feel that again, hey, I want to help. Meaning it doesn't fill my whole life. I think I could try to help humanity. Let's say this is green. And then I have just random rectangles without any colors, or this could be any. Yeah, any colors. That this is the feeling, and maybe this is work. This could be entertainment. This could be sport. That I have other things I want to do. Or let's say work. These two are work options. Option 1, option 2. And that's the case for all of these. That I want this, I want to do this. And right now I do option 1. I do option 1, but what if there was option 2, which kind of fulfilled this work and it helped humanity? That's what I'm doing. That I want to continue enjoying culture, entertainment, and this is what I've used to do, but it doesn't help anything. And because I'm so flexible, I can choose the option 2, but its change doesn't come immediately. That's why I do all these feeling changes and yeah. That's one way explaining what's going on. That I can enjoy this as much as option 1, but with this it's more meaningful. But what are my goals in life? See people happy, live happily. Okay, what does this mean? And these could kind of intersect with each other. It's kind of impossible to group them nicely and divide them nicely. So live happily, that would mean see people happy, but this live happily, if I picked a random day would I feel that it was perfect? right now. What about right now? Is this perfect life that I'm currently living? If not, why? Why not? If I could choose, why am I not living the perfect life? It feels odd, but I don't think I have thought about this many times at least. Is this moment perfect, as perfect as it could be? Would I feel regret? I don't, I don't think, I don't feel regret when looking back. It's very difficult to say. Yesterday, I felt pressure. I felt that life was unclear. My philosophy is maybe the future is boring. My philosophy is perfect, of course, but that makes it also boring a little bit. That the life is so simple after all. It's annoying that I can decide whether I am happy or not. So if I feel frustrated or angry, it's a bit annoying knowing that I could change that. I could just be okay in any moment, but my consciousness doesn't rise because what I said yesterday, humans, it's happy or happiness is not requirement. That's the case for me as well. What is happiness? What is perfect day? Many people would think about kind of a vacation, one time, perfect day. It's not important for me. I'm thinking about the bigger picture kind of all the time. Because I forget. That's why I don't like good tasting food, because I forget it so quickly. But if something is bad, it gives me more ideas and it's fun to kind of confront that. Too easy stuff is just forgettable. But this question is interesting because now when I'm thinking about it, I can't think of anything else I want to do. So subjectively, in this point, this really is perfect because it can't be anything else. Or it can't be better. But subconsciously, do I consider this moment as perfect? No, I wouldn't say so. So maybe one goal of mine would be live happily, feel that there isn't any more need to develop further. I have figured out this reality and my philosophy. There is no need to think about that anymore. But what has been kind of question mark are these inner feelings. Do I know who I am completely? Kind of. I would answer that I know over 90% of this level inner feelings, or so much that there isn't any surprise. There hasn't been surprises in a long time. What has surprised me is human capabilities, but it hasn't been subjective to me. Just and maybe the reality or human reality that knowledge has changed, developed, but I feel very, very okay with this already. It's now just the matter of connecting, choosing what to focus on, but each of these individually are very easy. And these I haven't even touched that much because I knew I would redo all of these anyways, so no need to focus on that. So right now, what is the kind of furthest unclear area that I have? It's here. It's this. I just started to realize that I haven't really focused on this. So try to understand and make this as clear as possible so that I can then rely on that. That whatever question I have, dilemma, I know who I am. Because right now, do I know who I am? No. Because I haven't built that image. I can figure it out every time I'm conscious, no problem. But I think I want to live like I knew who I was. That there is before a few years ago, maybe even last year, I kind of wanted to find magic in life. Most people live in magic, that things are not that clear for them as they are for me. At least I think they are clear. That's the point. It doesn't have to be objectively clear, but subjectively. I have wanted to find that magic, that there would always be some possibility of finding something new. But I think I'm kind of over it. That there's no need to be any magic in my brain. Just thinking about it now, I do feel a bit sad, a bit resistance on the idea that everything would be clear. But do I have a choice? Do I want to live like others? I have a door that I haven't opened because I want to keep it as a mystery what's there. If I open that, I really do feel that I have kind of won in life and before starting this stream, I yet again thought about how much of a video game my life kind of feels like already. That the choices that I will make, I will build my own character like in a video game. Most people won't do this because they are restricted. They don't have control over themselves. And because it's super hard to create a character that is comfortable for them. Finding your place in this world, yeah, it's not easy. And especially, and in my case, I want to create a character based on something that's not considering my feelings. I don't know how many people does this, but yeah. So no more magic. That's a bit scary, that I walk a path that not many has probably walked or chosen. At least I haven't came across to any. And because I'm still influenced by the norm, my feeling of what is normal, how people around me think, do, then I get this automatic response that what I do is somehow bad, or I don't want that. It's difficult. But if I think about it even a second, then I realize, wait, no, that's actually not the case, because I'm using other or my environment as an argument. Because let's say there 70% of my feelings are based on environment, based on others, because I'm human. That's natural. It's very difficult to, or maybe just time consuming to create something that's fully based on my own experience and thoughts. And I wouldn't say this is difficult because I'm having no difficulty here. Everything is just so easy. My whole life, I don't like doing hard things. But one way to measure the difficultiness is by time. That it has taken me almost 4 years to get to this point from the moment my life started to change. I got some control of it. So almost 4 years. Is that difficult? It depends on people and how they think about it. And then I'm 27. Does that mean something? That those 4 years, yes, they kind of marked some journey, but before that, does it mean it was very difficult to get to that point 4 years ago? Yes, it was difficult, but did it feel difficult? No. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just waiting for something to happen. So I wouldn't say it was difficult before, and this journey hasn't been too difficult. I have experienced feelings, of course, but so does everyone else. And in my case, the feelings have appeared from myself mostly. I have pushed myself. So in any case, even if I failed, I kind of win, or some part of me wins. So that sort of difficulty fighting against myself, but being unable to lose, really. It hasn't felt, many times that hasn't felt like a win, because I have motivation to change something, and by doing that, some other part is uncomfortable, is hating that change. And then when the change happens, there isn't any win there. It's just, it has changed. So my experience of it in some level has been just negative, but that's because it's kind of difficult to measure measure the benefit that I have gotten. That was never the point, that I would get immediate kind of benefit from it. And that's the case with life in general, that people try to get or reach some goals, some targets, but when they get it, it's not important anymore. So in the end, it was all the journey. This is a bit similar, maybe, but okay, in my case, when I have changed the feelings, it has, well, given new feelings to change. But maybe that's the goal I want to reach. Feel that there isn't any more need to develop further. And this state I have sort of started to feel a few weeks already, or a few weeks ago. I sensed that, hey, I was actually in a very good state, that the developments, many of them have been finished, are complete. Now it's just about gathering things together and prioritizing, choosing who I want to be, or choosing the plan of changing myself, and then start living, start doing. But what is that living? Do I even know what it means? The longest period I have worked, my whole life, has been civil service at intensive care unit, ICU. But was that great life? I wouldn't say so. That my life has never gone as fast as it went during that period. But what's the point here is that I haven't really done much. Small projects, but every personal project kind of I have stopped doing. There isn't many habits in my life currently. The biggest habit I have is making these videos, changing myself, planning the future, figuring out this reality. But what if I don't do that anymore? What then? That's the great question and the great change that will happen, I'm guessing, in the next few weeks. That I will completely change of how I live. But the reality is that I don't have experience and a clear idea. I need more water. On March and April, when I figure or build that base, sense of reality and my philosophy, it wasn't related to anything I really did. I enclosed it from everything else, from my habits, from my family, and everything else. And I thought about it objectively. It was really a different thing. And it didn't last that long, maybe a few weeks, but then I forgot it because it was no more necessary. I had changed the subconscious feeling of reality and my philosophy. I understood, and there was no need to revise it again. But now this is interesting that I have kind of reached the somehow or similar state of thinking about reality itself, but differently, analyzing my deepest feelings and sense of self. But this time uh, the actual things I do and think in this life and will think, they are here. It's so odd. Want to what's the word? Stress that, emphasize that. How odd this is. Death. What is death close here? Death I don't need to think often because it was very relevant, or it's very relevant when I think about the reality, my life view, world view. Yeah, I think death is not that interesting yeah, it's not that relevant choosing who I want to be. That will happen when it's happened, but yeah, it doesn't change that much. But just thinking about in this level. And one way to kind of differentiate them was that when I thought about philosophy, my worldview, reality, I was here, and then when I ended those sessions, I kind of came back to my old habits. But in this case, it's not somewhere else. No, it's here. So I'm very, very close to it. I can't escape this, what I mean. Figuring out reality has been my kind of goal my whole life until I found it, or to the point where I found it. But it was not necessary. I could lose myself to some video game or TV series for some time and live without understanding of reality itself. This is the case with many people as well. That's why they can continue working even though they have some sort of existential crisis. They can go back to working. And that's why there are people who like to be drunk. They are reminded of some difficult topic that they don't want to think about. The feelings are too strong, they get drunk. Just to have that moment without remembering the difficulties. It's not very effective. I wouldn't advise that because my experience has been pretty successful on managing my feelings and figuring out my life. So just avoiding that when you might have tens of years remaining, decades remaining, it's not a good choice. Feel that there isn't any more need to develop further. Do I understand this? Do I have a feeling of what this actually is? What would be the state of knowing myself, my limits? And that question, so what are my goals in life? I think to add to this, have my character built. I have this idea that I would build my character and then I would live with that. I would experience the life through this character. And yeah, this reminds me of live happily. Live as an an ultimate I have thought about this many times but never gone any deeper. It's possible that my goals will change, that I have misanalyzed something or I haven't figured out, wait, there is actually this feeling as well. Maybe I will find hunger for power. Okay, that was a bad example because I already kind of analyzed that. It would need to be something completely different that I didn't know. Maybe areas of love, it's possible that I haven't discovered some feeling. I'm not aware of it. But power, yeah, I know I don't care about that. But here, live as an ultimate observer. I'm 99% sure this is what I want to do. And there is a good reason for this. I have always been an observer. This I have explained many times before as well. Do you have that? Curious now. Have I written down the roles or not? No, that's tasks. Have I written down? Here, modes. Observer, leader, developer, organizer, artist, researcher, friend, tool, teacher. So observer is my default mode or role. When I go into, when I am with others, I like just observe. I like to observe because I might not have anything to say. And if I say something, then I can't see everyone else. And one reason is that I'm not doing I'm often not doing anything similar than others, so I can't contribute to the common topic. And if I talk, then I kind of bring others to my topic, but in that experience, me explaining something I already know, so I'm telling the story. I'm focusing fully on that, and I don't see others. So my experience is kind of boring. because I already know what's going to happen because I'm the one talking. And I think that's kind of good way to explain it, that it's not that enjoyable. Why would I enjoy my own thoughts that much? I already know that. So I'm more interested in getting other people's feedback, their humor and such. But it's just my life experience has been that I have often very different way of looking at things, and I'm not interested in same topics, but I'm very, very much interested to live through others, to kind of get into the topics through others. I like watching live streams or gameplay videos of others playing game. I don't need to play it myself. If I play it myself, it's a different experience. But mainly because I don't have time, especially now. I'm not going to start grinding World of Tanks, get a tier 10 just to be locked in with that tank. I can't get everything. So it's much better to watch others experience the funny situations and exceptional achievements and so on through them, because if I did that, it would take thousands of games and hours. So Observer for me is very nice. Also, I can time-wise, yeah, I would rather listen to someone play a violin and play it perfectly because they have played it for, let's say, 30 years, than listen to myself playing violin or sing. So if I compare myself to everyone else, is there really, yeah, it's not a competition. So meaning that my experience, and this is social role, of course, my experience in social situation has been that just giving my own opinions, I don't get that much out of it. Of course, I don't need to stay as an observer. That's the whole point here, that I will develop myself. Maybe I want to, or actually I will try to be, I will try to become a good storyteller. And it can be, at least in the beginning, just memorizing some stories, some jokes that I can fluently tell. And what I would get from that is reactions. It's the happy feeling I see from others. But for now, that's something new. I haven't really experienced that much. Okay, I like to joke around, throw random comments and sarcasm and everything, but they're extending that more. Okay, so what is an ultimate observer? It's this. This is what I have been and still kind of am, that I'm an observer where I have my friends, my family, and some situations that are available for me. Let's say this is a game. in this game, in my life, I can go to specific buildings, specific events, but it's kind of not that varied. The options are few. My aim, and then when I go there, I can enjoy being an observer. My aim is to become this. And this means that instead of having only a few options that life, my environment has just happened to provide for me, I have a more active role where instead of waiting and relying on what dice my life has been given, I can create my own environments. I can actively unlock doors and get to observe more interesting situations. Hear from different people, interesting people. That's very simply put one of my goals. That instead of living like I now do, if I went to vacation myself, I booked a flight and then a hotel, and I went to Italy. How fun is that experience? Going there alone, not talking to anyone. That wouldn't happen anymore, but let's say it would happen in this case. Comparing going there, finding people or talking with people at the airport, at the airplane, and finding interesting people to hang out at the hotel, and then maybe change my plans that, hey, instead of going to this trip that I planned, I will join you guys. And it's okay because I have something to provide. I'm not awkward. I can improve their conversations and experiences as well. I have something to show. I have stories to tell. That enables me to experience the world more. And I might have options that, hey, in this case I have 3 options, here I have 1 or maybe 2. And these options will create new options and so on. So the potential with this is huge. Why I haven't done this before is only because of this. My environment has shaped me to have a role where my brain fears stuff. I'm too autistic that I can, or I have kind of acted my whole life. I will continue acting because that's just the way I work. Or it's not really acting, but it's very similar. The same process, but without, yeah, okay. So I have had a role, certain type, and the problem has been that before realizing how I can change myself, I couldn't. And then the question of, okay, if I change, what do I change to? This was too difficult to decide. That's why I'm only doing it right now. That's why I have stayed stayed at this level, but now I can go here, no problem. Okay, so going back to life as an ultimate observer. This is experimental feature. I don't know anyone who has done this. I know that people have roles, of course, and they might have their work role or work mode where they are very active, social, and then they go home and they are exhausted and so on. They are really introverts. It's just an act. But I would change my whole character. But also in my case, yeah, it's easier because I already have, I wouldn't change of who I was because I already do have an act. This is the basic way I interact with the world, that I'm very conscious of what I do. So for me, it's just about just changing that, changing the what is it? Maybe yeah. Shell. Yeah, maybe crust. It's just about changing the shell. But I will change this. I will change this for my whole life and not just for others. Actually, no. Maybe it is a similar. Yeah, maybe it's similar. But in my vision, I will just be very social. So I would have this all the time on, but then I would still be able to kind of be on my own thoughts without the shell. So yeah, maybe there are different sides. Maybe this is more like a shell. But yeah, this I think is pretty obvious what it is. That I just want to be a person, want to have the capabilities of being able to speak and knowing what to say, how to be with certain people, how to be funny, create value to people's experiences. That's clear, and this I will continue shaping and exploring. Right now at this point, it's just, or it's important to take into consideration when creating the outlook, for example, that will this outlook kind of lock away some option to be included in some event or some group of people. The next thing is interesting. Laugh. And yeah, these are bigger question marks. Smile, laugh a lot. Maybe not. Okay, let's create slash there. Passionate. Everything. I talked about this yesterday, but maybe I used different. Inspiring, okay. Inspiration. Is it possible? I don't know. And this is interesting concept that like half an hour ago I thought, should I focus on this right now on this stream, because my aim is to change how I live, how I experience my life. If I picked this moment, I'm now talking on stream with 0 watchers, do I want to smile? Do I want to laugh? Does this include, is this included in living happily? What if I could choose that? Because, of course, I go with my limits. If it's not possible, then I can't do it. But if my goal is to show a certain image, and in that image it's said, or I have said, that I want to smile as much as possible, then that's the real, or how would I say it? That's the point, that I try to smile as much as possible. It's not some level. So I'm not going to target a certain level that I will smile 80% of my days, or laugh at least 200 times. But rather it's something I pursue. And the same would be here. And I think every time I have thought about this, should I do this? Should I show passion, interest in everything? Is there any negative? Why wouldn't I want to do this? Because I can choose to be interested in many situations, but maybe not consistently. But still, there has been moments when I have kind of thought, hey, should I be interested now? But then decided not to, because I haven't decided, okay, what sort of character I want to build. But this now raises the question whether this is actually needed for the perfect life. And also, how much do I enjoy? Yeah, this is a good question. How much do I actually enjoy being an observer? write it here. It's a bit unclear. I haven't thought about this actually. But if I think that, okay, I want to create a working, okay, improve democracy. If I want to do this, how important is this? How much do I want to reach this goal? Because if it's very, very important comparing, for example, being an observer, so being able to observe life, culture, other people, then it would change my character. That maybe instead of being an active one, maybe the best thing, optimal thing to do it would be to focus on technology, just building the app, some app. That's objectively the fastest way I could reach this goal. And actually, that's improve democracy. That's realistic goal, but let's create a working. Let's get back there. So now it's a question of what is import. Wait. Maybe that's not the word I can use here. Okay. So which one of these do I feel like is more important? Seeing people happy, that takes a long time. How important is it? Actually, how important is this question now? What would it change? Because my idea is that if I did spend, this is 100% of my time, if I spend 20% on social and then 80% work. Here social means observer, so observing life, also content, everything, kind of free time, and then work is working democracy, improving democracy. Does it change if instead of that being 20%, it's 40%, and this will be 60%? Does that change the character I want to build? Does it have any? What's the? What is the plan here? I think it's just, yeah, I will create the, I don't think it will change the character that I want to be, but I will notice it. I will analyze my feelings and feel if I focus on this enough, or if I focus on this enough. So what is important in my life? I think I will notice that. Asking questions. What would be the perfect day? Is my life going perfectly? Am I really happy? Then I can balance everything. Yeah. Do I have a friend here? What is life experiences? Perfect character. That's, yeah, okay. Friend is very important. Yeah, it's there. Friend. Actually, let's say family. Family word contains friends. In my case, because word friend, I'm kind of thinking of everyone, the entirety of humans. And family, I don't differentiate friends and family that much. It's because of what my friends or my family, my friends feel about this hierarchy, this social norm that kind of decides or has decided that I spend more time with my family than friends. But if they were different, if they thought about it differently, then I would go with them. I wouldn't kind of prioritize my real family members over my friends that much. But because they prioritize it, it's a social norm. That's why I naturally or yeah, go with the same. What is the word? How would I explain this? Well, I'm similar. I live similarly, more with family members than friends, and that's the case for my current social circle. But yeah. Actually, no, I will take that back. friends, I will take that family back because that's really not important in almost any of this discussion. This character building, I don't consider my family at all. It doesn't matter. Family is family, and everyone can be what they want, and I can't choose that. And even if I choose myself, it doesn't change much. But with friends I can choose. I can choose my friends. What do I get from them? Every person is selfish. That's what controls them, the feelings. And for humans, it's very natural to have friends, to want to form or join a group, to discuss things with someone. What do I get from friends? Well, I'm an observer, so being around people is fun. There is humor. Maybe I want to do some activity like do sport. Did I have sport written somewhere? Wait, why? Here. That if I want to play tennis, I need another one there. Another person, so I could have friends. What's good about friends? Let's say benefits. Trust. That I don't need to. It's not unclear whether they will show up or not. I trust that they will communicate. Know what they like. Get faster or enables more complex stories and conversations. This is super autistic to to analyze friends and, well, reality this way. I'm sure some people would feel this or see this as weird, but enables more complex stories. So inside jokes. With friends, I could have spent 100 hours, 1,000 hours with them. And because of that, I could create more interesting stories and humor if comparing to some stranger. And let's actually, that's role. I don't think friends goes there. So friends, random person. Let's just put that there. Maybe I will expand that. So enables more complex stories, conversations. I can, after meeting with, or meeting after 2 months, no word, I can go straight to some topic. Hey, how did that event go, or you have had this hobby for 5 years, what's next, or something. So more interesting conversations, way quicker. That's a life experience right there. To have interesting conversations. People like to gossip. I like it too. I just might not have anything to, or I don't like to gossip about other people's things, but I like to hear, of course. That's like reality TV right there. Being around people who have gossip to tell or stories to tell. So I like watching YouTube videos about the TV series. Why not? I can find it interesting and entertaining. So why not real stories? So benefits. Trust, know what they like. So this could be easy options. I could have friends, some friends that I can go to. And that's bad. I could go to movies with, maybe some friend I could go for a run. So that's one benefit. If I didn't have any friends and I had feeling, hey, I want to go for a run with someone, it's not straightforward finding that person, trusting them that they arrive, and maybe, I don't know, they are very good at running, they want to run faster. So there might be a lot of problems. But with friends, that's one major benefit. That, hey, I would like to have or go for a drink. I know some people I could go with. Benefits of having friends. Enabled more complex stories conversation. What do I get from them? Choosing your friends. That's an interesting one. That if I how one keeps friends or stops being a friend is important or factor eyes. Meaning that if someone saw their friend as expendable or just okay, I will just get new friends. If the new friends, possible friends, know about this behavior, then they wouldn't even want to become a friend in the first place. Just note there. And then requirements. These are, of course, question marks. Requires must be interested in them. Okay, I think I will take a quick break and then start to go deeper into this. Why am I even listing them out? Friends. I'm sure someone wouldn't like that. This way how I talk about friends or analyze family members, everything. Yeah, that's their problem. That's the case. Okay, why do I talk about this? Why is it important? The question would be, if I meet with someone am I looking for friends? Maybe Yeah, this is easier. Let's say I meet up with 1,000 different people. Do I have time for all of them? What if I become a friend with 100 first people I know or I get to know? And I'm spending some time with them, all of them, if that's even possible, but let's say that is possible, and then I notice, hey, I don't have any more time. But then I meet up with 100 new people. And these people are, I feel like, hey, I have more in common with these 100 than the first 100. That, yeah, it's fun with the first 100, but the next 100 are more productive. Maybe I'm working with all of them. I want to collaborate, but I have kind of spent my whole all time in the first one. What do I do? If I meet up constantly with people who are very interesting, what do I do? For many, this question wouldn't be that difficult. It's just natural. Maybe I don't have time, then that's okay. But for me, I want to kind of have a better feeling because I haven't decided what is my stance on friends. So defining what a friend is quite important for me because I have said I don't differentiate friends and random people that much. That I can go, I'm okay with going into deep topics right away. I don't care about small talk or such because I know who I am and I'm already very transparent. This is public, what I do, my thoughts, my feelings. Most of them I have already kind of showed here. There isn't that much more. There are some privates, but it's not important because in the future I will change my life so that I can talk as freely as possible. Meaning that I'm not going to do things that I can't talk about. And even with family, maybe it's not that good for them, but my plan is to leave Finland, leave Tampere, where I currently live. That would of course mean I would spend less time with my family, and I would have less things I can't talk about. Finding people to do stuff with. Okay, I'm not explaining this that well, but maybe the point here is I'm not looking for friends. I would like to find some natural progression or natural feeling of what is a friend for me, and be able to show it to others, explain it to others, how it works. I feel like currently if I go with who I am at the moment, I would mislead. That I'm showing too much interest towards stuff that I am not going to do in the end. I don't want that. So being more realistic with my time. And then if, let's say, or what if I compare people? So this is an interesting one, that of course people want to get attention and want to get picked. That hey, I pick you because I like you, I like the way you work, I value you, and so on. What if I start comparing that there is group chat and I'm looking for someone to go to play tennis with, and then 2 people respond? Do I choose the first one? What if I saw that hey, I would get more value from going with the other one who responded the second? How would the first person feel if I chose the second one? If they were like me, they wouldn't care, but they won't be, probably. And even if they were, it still kind of release some emotions. Let's see if I got an email. Okay. All right. I got the last part of my internship marked. So now I should have 200 study points out of 210. So just the thesis that I will not do this time. Okay. Comparing people. So is it okay for me to, what if I compare people? Example, a group chat, I ask one person to respond, I prefer the second. What if there is this sort of situation? And if just considering friends, being friends with people, I would choose the first one every time. That's natural. I would choose the first one. But maybe the tennis example is bad, because in that example I would probably choose the first one as well. But what if the people that they have some value that I would like to have a conversation with? Oh, okay, actually in that case I would maybe, yeah, I wouldn't send a group message, but this could still happen. I'm now talking about a concept, situation, and a feeling. That what if it would benefit humanity? Very little, of course, but my goal is to work towards helping humanity by improving democracy. What if this decision to choose the second one improved democracy more? Could I explain that, hey, I will choose the second one because I want to talk about this? But, and the point here, I would cause some harm, sadness. Maybe sadness. That people would feel bad. Someone even if they understood that, okay, yeah, it makes sense, they would still feel bad. And my question is, could I find, or could I build my character in a way that people wouldn't value my time that much, or being with me, or they would understand it, that they could, or is it selfish to assume that I could have a different position than others? I can do something that others can't. Let's say there is a dinner and the host decides to make some specific meal, and then one guest gets to know about this and wants to change it. Hey, I won't eat that. But the host says, no, you have to eat it. You don't have any say here. But then another guest who is depressed says that they don't want to eat that the host will look and react differently to this depressed person and change the meal. Is it fair between the guests that the other one, what is the word? Is more kind of privileged? And the thing here is that someone would feel bad. It doesn't mean even if they understand it, it would still feel bad because we are humans. So having or being in another position that's unfair in some way, or at least it feels wrong, it feels unfair. What if I don't contact, I don't what if I ghost? Is it ghosting? Yeah. What if I ghost someone? Or it takes a long time. Signals that I'm not interested. So clearly, this person is not that. I think it's that. Person is not that important for me. To me, that's clear. If I send some message and don't get any response, I'm not that important for them, and I'm used to that. There is at least 5 or 6 people, I think, that I have sent a message and kind of offered something, hey, do you want to meet up or something, and the ball is on them, but I haven't received that. It's okay. For me, it's okay because I know how difficult the conversations could be with me. I go into deep topics. I don't care about the shallow things, and most people, they're afraid of their emotions. But also, I'm very kind of strong personality that you can't debate with me too annoying that I'm not looking for, I'm not giving out easy wins because I don't care about if other one wins. I don't let them win even if they have an opinion that's correct. I'm more interested in the correct finding the correct answer and so on. So the other one won't get any pleasure from winning me. No, that's a bad example because I don't think that's the issue. But yeah, I'm also this awkward person to hang out with. People know it from experience. But yeah, back to this, that it signals that person is not that important for them. If it happens for me, it's okay, as I said, but if I'm the one who causes this, that I'm just not going to answer someone, how bad is it? Will this, and of course, if they understood that I do all just work, that I would use a lot of my time for work, and then I have my family members, I have other friends as well, that they are not the only ones in my life. They could understand it, but what does it say about me? What image does it show or give? that when people talk about me, he's the one who never contacts back. He wants all the messages that people contact him, but he doesn't reply. Is that the character I want to build? Because that would happen. It's very easy that would happen. So that's why I don't want to, or I have to figure out what and understand how I think about random people, my friends, what's their difference, and create this image where the other one knows what their gets. I don't want to mislead that, hey, send me a message and I will reply. No, I don't want that, because I can't promise that if I were to get 1,000 emails a day, that I have time to go through all of them. Maybe I spend 8 hours with my family, and the other time just focusing on some political issue. Do I have time to reply on 1,000 emails? No. I like the idea of sending messages that already give some value. Just the sending part gives some value, and then it's just a positive if the other one answers. That if someone would like to hang out with me, that they could send a message on Instagram, for example, but I wouldn't have given a wrong impression that I have time for everything. Of course, most people will understand this, but before they knew me, they wouldn't know it. How would they know? No one is going to watch this stream. How would they know? If I had 10 seconds to explain this, could I explain? So that's the problem, or one of the problems here is I'm not aiming to be normal, or I don't aim to be someone that people recognize. That, hey, you are a singer in a band. Yeah, they have an image what it is. They can already expect something and behave in a certain way. But what if they meet up with me and they get confused? Hey, I have never met anyone like you. Then what? How will they respond? That's sort of a problem that I will face with this, that I haven't met similar person myself yet, at least, and even if I do, that would be very rare, and I don't assume that this personality of who I am will get any ever kind of in a general knowledge of people, that there could be this sort of person. So my stance on who I want to befriend and what do they think about that, who I choose. Maybe no, it's not that I'm analyzing this too much. I need to be sure. Right now, if I were to end this stream and contact someone, I would still have it unclear. What is my aim? Am I looking for friends? How do I differentiate the people? Or I would like to kind of have only one way one mode that I use with any person. I would like that. That what friend means for me is just the knowledge that we might have more history together. Yeah, easier to trust, but the topics could be the same with random people. And the experiences as well that I wrote here, that enables more know what they like, easy options for activities. How important is this for normal people? It's very important, I would say, but for me, for my character that I'm building, is that difficult? Is it difficult to find people to do activity with? Right now, I could go play hockey with randoms. I could find a running group and start running together. I could go to a gym and start to have little conversations with people. Or, I have also friends, but let's say I focus only on random people. I feel like I could quite easily find people to do stuff with. And even right now, I don't think it's that. Yeah, I'm already there with this. And this, yes, definitely. The problem is that if people don't know me, I'm not very good at explaining what are my goals, who I am. But I will be. So having friends, I hope my friends don't watch this part. No, it's okay. It's okay because I do have friends, but do I have very close friends? Closer and not so close. I feel like no one sees me as that important, maybe. So it's not just one way that I see my friends, that hey, we don't have much similar hobbies, interests. Why would we need to kind of force anything? And respect is at least for me the one that I value most. That it's not about having to have similar interests, but it's about respect. That if something feels odd, that I would like to have respect from the other one, that they will say it and not just lie, not just ghost or something. Okay, I can choose my friends. This is, yeah, what do I get from them? Benefits, requirements, takes time. requires attention, must be interested in them. This is not a problem for me, because I'm already interested in everyone. By default, I'm interested. If I'm tired, if I have other things to prioritize, then that's the reason why I wouldn't listen to them, why I wouldn't go into their point of view and have a conversation with. But it's not about interest, because that I really am. But I might be interested in them or in their stuff differently than they expect, because I might not be interested to hear how they see time or how they see weather, that maybe they are wanting to give some opinion on politics that I have already heard. That same opinion, same argument, I'm not interested in that. I would like to kind of control the flow, at least a little bit, influence the flow, the conversation, to touch areas that are interested for both of us. Maybe asking why questions. Hey, why do you feel this way? Why are you with them? And so on. Random person. Everyone is my friend. Everyone is my friend. Do I trust them? So trust it's a benefit, and if it's required for something, I need to borrow money or lend money to someone. Do I trust them? It depends, but most times I don't really have a problem with this, or this won't be a problem. Maybe if I went clubbing and then I needed to go to a bathroom, and would I trust some random people I just met? Hey, could you look for my stuff while I'm gone? That sort of situations could happen, but yeah. So what are the benefits? More complex stories, conversations. Friends. Being with random people would probably, in most cases, benefit my life work more than being with a friend. Is it more tiring? Possibly. I notice I'm getting a bit tired. Currently, I don't have many friends who actively reach to me. I think I'm over 90% the one who sends the first message. So I haven't experienced much that someone would suggest a meeting or something and I would decline. So maybe that's why I haven't prioritized people, everyone who is currently interested in me or time with me. Yeah, that's great. I will allow that. But because it doesn't happen much, doesn't mean it can't happen in the future. Do I have friends that I feel like I don't want to be friends with them anymore? I don't get that much out of them. Mm. Not really. Okay. I think that, yeah, the problem here is that doesn't feel right to me that I might think about friends, some individuals, with a wrong idea that that if they asked something, I couldn't say no. But the thing is that every one of my friends, they would understand if I said that, hey, I'm very busy right now. If I had something else to do, everyone would understand that maybe I'm trying to find a job, maybe I have moved to some other country. So it's not that I have, or I would have anyone I wouldn't want to hang out with. But maybe, the kind of unclear feeling right now is that I feel like I don't want to hang out with them because I want to focus on this life work. Not because I don't want, I don't respect them or I hate hanging out with them. No, I like hanging out with everyone. But maybe because the feeling is that I'm not really doing anything, so it feels like, or some part of my mind thinks that I wouldn't like them that much, that I would want to get rid of them or something. But the thing is, I don't need to get rid of anything. It's just if there comes situations when they ask me, hey, do you want to hang out? Then I just might have something else to do. It hasn't happened yet, but that will happen. And I'm kind of thinking too far that I don't need to. So now it's important to have a feeling that it's okay to say no. And yeah, I almost got a feeling that I'm a terrible friend now, that I started to think, should I kind of stop being friends with someone? But no, there is no need to stop anything because I like every person's company, and there hasn't even been one case where someone asks my time and I don't have it. Okay. 6:30. Getting sleepy. What sort of break should I take? Yeah, I think right now, if I were to conclude this for now, I have a goal in life that takes a lot of time. I'm busy. Simply put. And this is something I would want to communicate to others. I'm busy. I'm interested in certain things. I'm interested in certain things. So making that clear, that I'm not looking for normal friendships or I don't have normal interests. That if people are interested in the same things that I am, then I'm more interested in getting in touch with them and have discussions, have meetings and so on. I'm trying to help humanity. This is the main point I would want to give, that if I choose some work over some people, it's because I want to help humanity. So how others, and actually, yeah, I'm different. Let's say I have a unique role in everyone's lives. This sounds narcissistic, but that's kind of where I'm trying to go. That when people think about me, that they don't even try to think about me in similar way than they do with others, because that's not the case. I want to be some sort of tool for others to use. But hey, you can have my input if I have time, if the thing interests me and is helpful for humanity, I will help. So helper one time. And one time, that's interesting. That I would kind of want to have that, maybe a bit lonely. Lonely life, but that's something I thought about yesterday, that I don't really care that much. At least at this point. Maybe in time I will. At one time, if I go to some party, have good time, good conversations, that I wouldn't, by default, I expect to never meet with these people again. That yeah. Because just realistically, if my goal is to help humanity, do a lot of work and contact or have a conversation with thousands of people, yeah, for many it will be one time. It's mostly work development. I want to help people develop their personal lives or personal goals. But I'm not going to become everyone's good friend. And this, of course, is very normal for most people. They already are this, but as I have tried to point out, I have to make it clear for myself what is my stance, because I kind of naturally still assume that I have all the time in the world, and I don't know how to prioritize friend, maybe, yeah, how to show this unique role. And still it's not a problem, but or important, but it will be important when, or if I try to develop this. So smiling a lot, laughing a lot, being very interested, excited, passionate about things, then showing that, hey, this is really who I am. And I'm not trying to find friends. That's not it. I just want to find interesting encounters, possible collaborations, and expand my understanding of this reality. Yeah, this role, NPC, should I get to know their lives, so understand, expand my knowledge, fun for them, people are interested in helping, finding collaborators, network, discussions. I want the best for everyone. What are my goals in life? Yeah. What image do I want to give? So what sort of role? I have already talked about how I'm a ghost. I want to be more active, but still preserve that observer role. It's really about how I want my social situations to go. And I think I could develop this by thinking different scenarios and then kind of putting pieces together. Mm. Okay, this will be important that I have a list in my mind that I can use, that if I have one-on-one conversation with someone, this is sort of what I'm after. Maybe I reach only one, that's fine. But this concept is already done. I can focus on this later, the details is as well. This I finished yesterday. And it's not just for an NPC role, it's just a normal role as well. If I go to a tram, how would I visualize this? If I go to a tram and there are people there, some are sitting and so on. Do I have a conversation with them? Okay, this is in Finland, no one talks to each other. But if I'm here, what potential are there in this scenario? What if I started a conversation with that person? And the problem here that I have had is, if I ask myself this, should I start a conversation with them? My mind says it doesn't know. So about this whole character thing, it's not just to specify what I will do, but it's to get that assurance, that place, that feeling that I can ask questions like this and I should get an answer. No is a good answer, but here, why wouldn't I ask something or say something? What's the reason why not? So let's say this person he isn't okay. Do they listen to music? Or are they on their phones? How? And so on. So what if they listen to music? Should I interrupt them? Hey, what are you listening to? Scenario 1. Is this bad? Just a question. How bad is this? In Finland, what's their reaction? they get angry and don't respond. They stop listening and are angry. So what would happen in this scenario? Some examples, and then what's the discussion? That's not important, because at that moment it could be anything. Depends on the situation and what they respond and so on. But it's about the idea that I would spend, let's say, 10 minutes. 10 minutes on a tram. What are the possibilities here? That I could start a conversation. Maybe a group conversation. That first I look at them, say, then I look at them, and then we have a group conversation. People don't expect this. Especially here in Finland, this never happens. Kind of. One-on-one conversations do happen, but it needs a trigger. When I go to a store and some small accident happens or something funny, I don't know, right now I would comment something, I would say something. It might be some reaction, or hey, are you okay, or yeah, that was, yeah, just random thing. But without an icebreaker to start conversation. And here, if they get angry, or yeah, this whole situation is not happening. I have never kind of, I don't think I have never witnessed this. And then what if the tram is full? People are everywhere. And then I started a conversation with someone. What would they feel? And do I care? That's one question. Do I care that they are anxious? Is it my right? Is it right that I kind of abuse others, their feelings? I force them in a situation that they wouldn't have liked to be. Maybe they are a very anxious person and they get a panic attack. Many or most videos about Finland and its culture, people mention how Finnish people respect boundaries. This doesn't happen. Everyone is on their own bubbles, and this does not happen. So, am I breaking that? Yes, I would break it here. Is it bad? Am I kind of making everyone angry that I'm going against norms? Norms are safe, they're easy. Do I care about that? Am I disrespecting people's privacy, their free time? Maybe someone has just worked long day, they go to a tram and then there's some random person trying to have a conversation with them. So there are a lot of questions here. What is right thing to do? And then what if I don't care and I started a conversation, but then someone point out, hey, it's not okay. Do I have to listen to them? Who are they? Is this illegal? No, it's not illegal to start a conversation. Do I want to have a conversation? That was the 10 min on a tram. In a tram. I think it's in. Oh. Ah. It was terrible. Why did I do it? 10 minutes. I'm not doing anything right then. If I could use IRAC, I could use this time to think about stuff. But I have an opportunity here. I would have an opportunity to speak to an actual person without any need to have an appointment. And if I get some sort of visibility, only the people who the algorithm shows my content, for example, are aware of me, but also only the people who are the most similar maybe to some of my things, they would contact me. But here, this is quite random. I could find some new insight, new angle on different things. So this is just a question of what do I do with this 10 minutes? And someone could say that it's not necessary optimization of my time, but it kind of is a big thing. What if I get to know that, hey, this person is very interested to work or is doing the similar thing. If I don't do anything, I would never know this. They would look at here, they would look at here, I would, yeah, at the floor or be on my own. I would, yeah, look at some tree outside, but yeah, these are opportunities. So is this okay to kind of, or possibly, let me try to think about this. Risks. Panic attack. Overly angry. Attack. Mm. Anxiousness. Negatives. Not respect. People's space and time. Disrespect. Negatives. What are other negatives are there? That people assume no one will talk to them, and then someone will. So it's disrespectful. If I go to some other country, it might not be. So this sort of potential is very, very likely, or I'm kind of 100% sure that I should develop it into my character to be able to do this. To start a conversation, even, and if this will be a problem, that I get too many bad encounters and people really shout that do not do this. This is too sacred for Finns, then I will take it into considerations. But if I went, or my target is to go to another country, although East Asia, that those people respect it also, yeah, then okay. Anyways, the point is, if I get very bad feedback, then I can't do it. But being able to, and this is tram is one example. Negatives, and then positives is huge, of course. Considerations. Reading people better. Psychology. Right now, I'm not. If there was an experiment, I went on a tram and then tried to read people, what are their emotions, and try to guess whether they would be interested in having a conversation. They wouldn't get angry. How good would I be at that game? I don't think that good. But this is important, that I wouldn't just randomly choose someone and start a conversation with. No. Or interrupt their commute. I would of course read. So if someone feels disrespected, then I read those people wrong. And this will really come to this, how good I will be on reading people, reading groups, situations. Maybe if there are too many people there, it doesn't work. But yeah, this is one example where, and it kind of represents all other situations when people wait. What if there is a line? I'm here, I'm waiting for something. It takes, let's say, 3 minutes to go to a cashier. What if I'm here? I have 3 minutes. Should I start a conversation with one of them? or a group conversation. If I just think about it or try to feel what my mind says, it doesn't like it because it's not the norm. But do I care? No. I can develop myself, and already I'm kind of almost there. Why I'm not doing that right now is I haven't practiced. I'm not this person that can start a conversation and yeah, not make it uncomfortable. So I need to practice what I want to get from this. So not just have a small chat, because in my case it doesn't work. My mind doesn't work that well, or at least I'm too scared to just start having random conversations and be very, very awkward. Instead, I know I can kind of develop this pretty far before having any conversation yet. But yeah, on a line, same thing. Or in a line, yeah. Become very fluent. There is the leader. Leader is super important because I would lead every conversation I start. Being able to take or form bigger groups of people and not make it awkward. That's very difficult. It doesn't come naturally at all. p.m. I'm used to ending the stream if I get this tired, but now I don't know what I would do. I want to think about this. I went further this time, which is nice. Thought about friends. My character. I think, okay. Should I focus on that? What if I smiled, laughed a lot? Yeah. What's the reason why I'm not doing that right now? Why don't I? Don't I show more interest, and why don't I speak more passionately about this? Hey, this is very interesting. Is this interesting? My brain is ready to start. Well, what is it? Digest these ideas and feelings. It also wants to go to sleep. And then I guess this is mostly, yeah, being excited, that's a reaction. How often have I forced myself to be excited? This is not the goal of my mind, my body, as is not being happy or seem happy. That my mind doesn't care. This is not the target. This is just a reaction if something exciting happens. Can I undo this character? I thought about that. What if I become this person and then decide, okay, I can always change it. And that's really, yeah, that's the point here, that because I care about this, I can change my look and my behavior. And because I'm already out of the norm, people might choose some position inside the norm and then are unable to change that, because yes, that position was good for them, but it's not perfect. But in my case, because I'm already, right from the start, I'm outside of the norm, I can just change it and be confident in it. It all makes sense, really. This all makes sense to me. Yeah, what is the next step? This is very... Do I feel I should be able to laugh now, or is it okay for not laugh, or understandable I'm not laughing, smiling that much nowadays because I'm developing this character? Do I feel that's the reason why I don't smile? Well, yeah, smile, laugh. What is it? It's a reaction. But what if I do it without any reaction? Or could I somehow form an endless loop. How much can I optimize my happiness? That would be very, very interesting if I were happy all the time and showed it. Kind of created my own drug circle, or yeah, loop. Interested, excited. Do I hold back? Am I still waiting for something? Yes. I think this part is actually quite easy, because I'm interested in every person. It's not a lie. And being excited and passionate, that's also not an issue, because if I schedule, I realize that, hey, I don't have much time. I don't have time for everything. That means that I start to value those sessions. Yes, I get to do this. After many days of not having time, now I can do this. So being excited, interested, that part, I think it will be very easy, but can I show it? Is it important to show it? What if I, because interested, so being interested, I will develop my brain to handle data differently, to remember, to process. So developing IRAC is of course happening, and that could bring, or that will bring, better live thinking capabilities. Like someone says something, I will store that, what they say. I will form questions and try to look for them, for their point of view. I will be able to think anything more kind of realistically, and right now I could maybe form one question, but then what if I could form 3 possible questions and I would choose the best one? So I would never be out of ideas. So just from that I could show interest. Then it's just about showing it. And I think that smiling part is, yeah, smiling, being happy. It's interesting because my goal is to develop democracy and be aware of every harm that's happening around the globe. Can I do that work smiling, laughing? Can I talk about some genocide, and while I create some solution to it, can I smile? that, hey, this is very interesting, I love this, I love doing this, because that gives the wrong signal, wrong idea that I would possibly like the problem, but no, I would like the problem solving, that hey, I can make this problem maybe go away or help reduce it or something. Yeah, maybe it will be just natural balancing between topics. Some topics I will be stern and not smile, while in other cases I would be. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, there are many people who wouldn't like how much I smiled if I covered some very sad topic that, okay, 1,000 people died in this natural disaster. And yes, I wouldn't be smiling, but then afterwards, like 2 minutes later, I would be smiling a lot and changing the topic to something else. So would that be disrespectful? But in terms of just considering this again, value, what if I created enough value that my behavior, like smiling, wouldn't actually matter, and it would become sort of a trademark quality, that's the person who smiles all the time, even when covering difficult topics. So you can, it's difficult, or if I just consider it from 1 or 2 levels, it wouldn't show the whole picture or make the decision final, because my aim is to possibly create, or right now the vision is that I will become a character that's unique, that there isn't anyone like me. And it's not narcissistic, it's just my understanding of that there aren't anyone similar, at least what I know. But yeah, it's not, I don't have any interest forcibly trying to be someone new or different. Okay. But that said, could I laugh? Could I smile? Although neutrality, let's say there is some Israel genocide topic, and my mindset would be, hey, yes, let's do this, and smile. Do I want to represent hope? Do I want to represent what is the Okay, insanity. Inspiring, motivating. Let's put there. Hope and positive attitude. No, wait. Optimistic. This is an interesting thing, that if I smiled, someone didn't like it, and I stopped because of that, then they would, the feel or the outcome would be negative. That they were angry and it was correct. They were correct. Or it would indicate that. But what if I smiled and someone was angry, but then I continued? And hopefully just get out of there, or I would continue doing what I was and not just care about them. In a longer run, me smiling, that could actually change their attitude. If I do something wrong and then clearly show it and become embarrassed, people don't respect that, and it's embarrassing. They value me. They would value me very lowly. But what if I made a mistake and owned that mistake? Just moved on. And people would kind of shout, hey, get away from there. But I would just continue. I would do everything I wanted. Even if I fail again and again and again, if I don't actually break, the amount of respect that would give me is actually insane. Respect, I haven't talked about that, but that's very interesting topic in itself. Hey, wait, is it important here? Okay, yeah, maybe. Respect is something I'm not after, because after all, my goal is to help humanity. But now when I think about it, it is kind of important for this role, for this character, to have respect, because if someone respects me, then respect shows. So respect is sort of an indicator of who that person is. That I might not. So someone mentions some person and I don't know that person, but the way they mention it, I clearly see that they respect that person. And this is actually, respect is super important, because if I talk about some issue and clearly I lean on some opinion that this is from the left, this is from the right. What if I lean heavily on the left, I lose this connection. But if I do it correctly, if I get respect, then I'm able to, or it would probably mean that I'm able to kind of reason why I would lean, or why it would seem that I lean into this position. And that respect is the one that keeps this connection. That even it's not uncommon to hear from movies, but it's real life that people talk about their enemies, but they say you just have it's so wrong that we lost, but you just have to respect that person, that what they did was respectful or deserves respect. So that's very, very important, actually. So here in this scenario, for example, if I did this correct, if I actually listened to feedback and then said, apologize, sorry, I read this situation wrong, and then and I didn't try to end on top of them in this debate, for example, people respect that I even try. And confidence is huge. Confidence to continue. Confidence and actually no, that's another thing. Skills and so if I create a bad product, it's not just the confidence that's needed there, it's also the skills and knowledge. If I continue something and I don't have that product, is not coming better, then it will give out some respect, but then if I just continue, I lose that respect. Yeah. But yeah, respect on its own topic is very, very, very interesting. And that's actually what I want to hear. Actually, wait. Have a nice day. I haven't written it down, but show respect. Try to find something to respect about the other person and show that, because it's similar than people want to get compliments, maybe about their appearances, decisions, maybe they have some art pieces somewhere, earrings, such, but respect is actually huge one. That, hey, I respect you. You said no, I respect that. So that respect is one of the most valued thing, I would say. And to quickly mention billionaires. Do I respect billionaires? No, not much. Okay, no, that's not correct. I do respect their hustles, many of their kind of work they have done, but I'm just interested in the thing that what if a billionaire changed their actions and gave that money to charity, to actually kind of decrease their lives easiness, or I don't know how to say this properly, but that would create a huge amount of respect because they didn't have to. There were no one saying that they need to do that. So that creates a huge respect. But also, if there were like many people saying that, hey, you need to donate your money to charity, and they refused because they can, it would create even larger amount of respect if they actually change their mind, that people pressured them to donate to charity, and they refused, but then they changed their mind. So them knowing, understanding that it wasn't even there, that what is it? That the credits kind of go to the people who pressured them. That this billionaire would know that, and they already refused, but then they would actually change their mind and donate to charity. How much respect would that cause? That's actually an insane amount. So yeah, respect. Where was I? Was I thinking about smiling? Yeah, the confidence there. That the perfect character that I could think of would get respected. So even if I smile during handling difficult topics that some people would kind of hate, that they couldn't continue that hate, at least 100%, that they would need to respect the optimism, that even with hard topics, and that actually, yeah, that's another point, that why many people avoid watching news. Because it's not fun. They get sad. But good, kind of optimistic and happy way of showing or talking about difficult stuff, could it be better? Of course, disrespectful in some way. Would it make the problem seem not that? Yeah, maybe I That's not very good thing. That would some important matter lost kind of its importance if people joke about it? I wouldn't joke, of course, but if my attitude was very happy towards very, very concerning and serious matter, I can't think about. So, of course, it could create some sort of, or okay, what I would like to get from that visibility would be towards the solutions. And my solutions wouldn't be that, hey, donate money. My solutions would be to change the system, to actually seek where the problems are and what people could do as easily as possible to help to solve this matter. So in that sense, smiling, laughing, yeah. And then, of course, being insane already. How much would this be for others? Smiling, laughing a lot. Yeah, I think it would be for me, also for others, both. I would possibly want to smile every day for the rest of my life. But it would also, and it would kind of create or define my character a little bit. And then it could help create the optimistic view of the future, which I know many don't have. They don't want children to be born to this horrible world. I understand that. If I smile, laugh a lot, that's actually very kind of easy for me, because I already do that. I do like to smile and laugh. And then here, if I can't reach a certain level, then I just can't. It's okay. It would be about the idea behind. That the aim would be to smile as much as possible. And then, of course, because I can't change everything. I can change a lot still, but most of these, what I go through here, I have already decided. Long ago, a year or 2 or 3 ago, I already thought about this, and this is kind of very, very clear respect this old topic. So all of this I have sort of figured out already, but it's just the feeling is important. I haven't made anything clear. I haven't even been with this idea that much. So it's about making decisions and actually considering everything. But yeah, this wouldn't be changing that much. Now I thought about something that what is my representative animal? Things like this, or what color is my character? What character's theme? Logo, of course. And yeah, this is my life, so it's not some game character, but what? Reaction Daily Digest. Yeah, representative animal. It's not important, but just interesting question that I should have an answer to. What are my options? An owl? Owl? Observer. Then it attacks silently. But this would be. I think this could be for myself right now, but for this character, what could it needs to be more active. Representative animal. Because the idea is that I will create this NPC role. And in some way, I don't mind people seeing me as a game character, because I already I really think that I will start seeing life as very similar as a game, because I can do many things here and it doesn't feel bad because I can just change my feelings, and I will create this role which is kind of automatic even if I don't think it as such, because I go outside of the norm. So in that sense it will be some sort of character for people. What was the point here? I don't know. Yeah. So meaning that my output, website and communication might be sort of game like maybe I actually started to enjoy, or the thing is here, my aim is to kind of change everything, every one of these inner feelings, not these ones, these I can't change, but these inner feelings according to this character that I will decide. I will become this. This will be my life's experience. Even if someone says that I'm just acting, am I acting 24/7, 365 my whole life? Just to be this person, if it is not really, if I'm not that person really, would I be acting my whole life? And even to myself, because I'm going to make permanent actual changes to my brain, to my coding. It's not that this character will be here. I can, it's just what others see. No, I will think that this is the perfect character for this life for me. That I'm leveraging all the capabilities that I can from this reality as a human, as a computer. Yeah, brain is quite capable. Okay, what is my representative animal? Owl. What is it not? Not. I don't want anything normal. That's sort of a bad thing. Or it can't be cat, it can't be dog, because the idea is to differentiate. Not because I have to be different, but it's just beneficial for my life work. I create this. Actually, wait. Representative animal. So it's important that I will create this character that is unique. Like creating a video game where the characters are just copies from some other game, that doesn't feel very good game to begin with. But now actually I'm kind of thinking about what is the weight of this representative animal. The point was that this animal could be the icon, some sort of companion on my website. Don't think I have it here. On my website, the animal could be here. It could be on the icon something. It could be that I will use that animal in my videos and it's kind of a mascot. So yeah, in a way that when people would see that animal or some way to draw that, so certain style that I will use for it, they will know, okay, that animal belongs to Kipnuni. That it represents me. It's not hugely important, but everything that I can think of, I will consider. But of course, many would kind of think of this as very odd, not normal, embarrassing to think about this. But my aim is to advance, improve democracy. So I'm not doing this for myself only, although actually, yeah, I don't, so for this to be this, I wouldn't need much. Just some confidence to talk to people, random people, have some conversation skills, being able to respond better, have different roles, not being always observer and loser. For that, I don't need any representative animal. I don't need attention. It would be actually so much easier. And yeah, I would have very social, fulfilling life with only that. So how interested am I on this matter? Actually not that interested, but I know it is important because I want to be aware of every kind of advantage that I could get. Okay, what is my representative animal? Yeah, owl is wrong. Bad because it's too alone and scary. Not anything normal, like a cat, dog. So what vibe an animal would give the same that my character? Well, okay, what is the vibe? The vibe of my character. Okay. Vibe of my character. Advisor. At the center. Can attack. Impossible to. Actually, no. Defense is not important. Yeah. That's better, I think, because, of course, yeah, physically not important, but kind of mentally, that you can't really attack me. Or you can attack me. I will give all the lanes possible for that, but I'm not gonna take any hits. Yeah, how would anyone kind of, yeah. And I'm just too bored. I don't think getting annoyed or getting hit is that fun. That's why I choose not to take those. But okay, that's the vibe of my character. Flexible. And this is not just for the animal, but also this is sort of structure or sort of the image already what I want to give, because based on how people see me, this character, they will base their actions accordingly. and that will enforce some vibe. If the vibe is that person is super weird, I want to exclude that as much as possible. Everyone gets that vibe from each other. That's how social interaction works. Yeah. The vibe of my character. Friendly. At the center. I don't want to be a leader. Actually, no. Advisor. Wise leader. Not sure if I can use that. Can I say it? Wise leader. Leader. Vice presidents. Maybe why? Yeah, maybe it's just president. Let's ask AI quickly. Is this English? No, it's not. What could be? What is a term for someone who is the second leader, like a vice president? Deputy. Second in command. Okay, that's good. So deputy leader. Second. Yeah. So advisor, second in command. That's the feeling I want for myself, that I don't want to be a leader. That's boring, but because I want things to be done, I want to be able to take the leading position. So that's why I think this is the kind of preferable position to be at. Friendly, easy to approach. This is difficult. This is difficult, but because I'm not this person, I'm not easy to approach. Although, okay, I feel like that has changed a bit, but yeah, this would be the perfect scenario. Not that important maybe, because I will attack myself, and attack, I mean initialize the conversations myself. That's okay. I would assume that every interaction will be my responsibility to start. If it happens in other way, that's great. I would love that. Flexible, agile. I'm really physically, in reality, I'm not that flexible or agile. I'm more slow, heavy build, but I guess it's the mindset here that's the most important. Okay, what else? Is there anything else? vibe of my character. Friendly, advisor, of course, trustworthy. Stable is good. That this person is not going to change, or yeah. Trustworthy. Maybe it's wait. Huh? Contradicting with each other, but that's fine. So this in mind, it needs to be almost commanding, but not quite. That's actually a good question. Does it need to be male? Okay, yeah, that's an interesting question. That does it good or should it be female or male? Of course, I was thinking of this being male. That hey, I'm a man. No, what is it? Confusion there. But what if it was like a female lion? It won't be a lion, but what if it was? Okay, power hierarchy, second in command. That males are okay, but that's animal, and it is reality. Friendly, easy to approach, not really at the center. Yeah, but yeah, comparing female and male lion, the female would be better fit, much better. Advisor, friendly, that impossible to hit. Don't, well, yeah, you shouldn't hit women or men, of course, but just flexible, agile, stable, trustworthy. Okay, but let's try to first think about animals. Pets. Could it be cute? That I haven't really thought about. Yeah, what's that? No. That doesn't fit me. It would require way too many changes, and cute. Talking about understanding the universe, reality, then trying to act cute or doing that cutely, discussing genocide in Gaza, Russian war, doing that cutely. No, maybe not. Let's put that female lion there. Maybe the closest fit currently. At the center. So it could be bird. Bird is kind of interesting that they could walk on top of crocodiles, no problems. So they are very cocky, like a cat. Those are nice, interesting videos where some cat is just dominating some tigers or lions. They just have way too much confidence. Birds are very similar. So maybe a bird, but it would need to be, it can't be cute. And for me, bird is kind of would hit home in some way, because when I was a child, I liked booking birds and thinking about flying and so on. So bird would be kind of fitting to myself. But the important part here is how to kind of, the animal itself should be at the center of others. It can't be seen as, okay, it is an owl. But bird, flying, metaphor for look or flexibility, I don't know. But flying also indicates or gives a look that this animal is very alone, because it would be against the sky, so that gives somewhat. Although advisor, in Lion King there was a parrot as an advisor, but they weren't very strong. Flexible, yes. At the center, yes. Friendly, yes. Well, too easy to approach and too easy to hit, so they couldn't attack. I think I need that. Or do I need? I haven't really chosen my personality, how strong I want to be. Previously, I think I have attacked more, but then as I kind of leveled up too much, versus others, no, wait, comparing others, I haven't been able to attack anymore, because it's just cruel, I feel. But I have kind of gotten over it, that I need to think about others, what they can take. I can't just attack with full force, and I mean mentally, so just in conversations. bringing up topics that are very difficult to others, because they're so easy for me, and I have already kind of gone through them. They are not that interesting, and I don't care about hurting others. What was I talking about? Bird. What are other animals? Ah, wait, I can ask AI. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. What? Ah, excellent. I'm trying to representative animal for myself that could use along my brand stuff. It can't be any frequently used animal like a cat or a dog, because needs to be some unique. Not an all. Yeah, let's see. Fantastic, yeah. Octopus. Camouflage intelligence. Not really. Wait, what? Mongoose. Huh? Wait, what is this? I don't even know. Ah, mongoose, yeah. Mongoose. Is it? Wait, mongoose. Not sure. I don't know if this reeks friendly. The raven or corvid? Raven. Bird. Intelligent. Raven is, yeah, it is a possibility maybe. Let's see. Female lion. Raven. So advisor, yes. I guess that's good. Friendly. This is biggest issue I have at the center. Definitely can attack. Impossible to hit. Flexible, agile, stable, trustworthy. The thing I don't like about it is that it's quite normal, but because, yeah, it is interesting, and with the peak, it should be quite simple to kind of differentiate. That's of course the point. Black color, and this look is Raven could be good. Okay, at least one good. Corvid. Yes, I don't know. Huh? Raven score. Yeah, corvid bird family. It shows different. Apparently these are all same. But yeah, Raven is better maybe. Oh. Although corvid is corvid species of Britain. Hooded crow. Because I don't even know all of what these are called, hooded crow. I don't like that because for many that I will be communicating to, they don't have English as their native language. So that's a problem. So Raven is perfect for that. And Magpie is they just look for treasure. That's the image I got. But yeah, Raven is quite fantastic. Octopus, no. The idea is that they are on the water, so okay. The octopus is not good because water away from people. The mongoose looks a bit too scary. Its eyes, so no good. The raven is currently the best. What other animal could be better? Strode weasel family. Ah. Bird. Fox. Friendly, yes. Whirlwind agility. Too cute. The fox too common. And that, yeah, the first kind of mindset is not good. Weaver bird. Yeah, the raven is looking like pretty good. Break. Yeah, Raven. I think I feel like that will be it. It won't be that unique, but I think it's unique enough. And because it's a flock, actually no, is it a flock animal? Yeah, I think it is. The image I have, or the feeling I have of a raven is quite good and very fitting, because it's not in command, but it's kind of is, and it represent, or and then it's not alone, it's among others. It's strong, impossible to hit. Yeah, it is quite good. Could I Raven? And people know about it. Let's see. Good image. Maybe that. Can I copy this and then just paste it here? Nice, nice. But then, do I have some random images somewhere? Large canvas pasted image. Huh? It's none of this. Where is it? Pasted image. Don't say it actually went somewhere else. What? What? Ah, no. I don't know where this is. That's fine. So Raven, yeah, it is quite nice. Characters theme. Okay. And this is why it's important to change focus. Was it 2 hours ago I was tired, thought about ending the stream, but now I'm full of energy. Yeah, this is fun. Characters theme. Snowflake. Snowflake is in my logo at the moment. Here, and in Kipnuni, the nun means snow or I in Korean. My last game name was Nietos, which is one word for snow. Naturally piled snow, a bit more specifically told. But snow is quite, I like it. And snow and crow, no, not, wait, crow, raven. Wait, crow? Isn't crow there? What's the difference between crow and raven? Crow is raven. Wait, is the crow what I was thinking of? I don't even know. Smaller in size, shaped like a fan in flight. Maybe it's a crow that I'm after. After all, damn the fly. Distinct wedge-shaped tail, loud, deep cracking call. Intelligent problem solving, best intelligent ravens. Mischief in mythology. Death and darkness. Wait. What's it? Is it in Finnish? Crow. Ah, no, it was right. Crow. But yeah, but it does look quite the same. So this is raven. Yeah, the peaks are quite similar. I think, yeah, I can differentiate. And also, if people see, hey, that's crow, it's not a problem. I think it would still kind of give the same feeling, the mischief, that's not that important, but at least in how I see these, they are quite similar. And intelligence, crows are also intelligent, maybe not as intelligent as ravens, but often associated with death and darkness. That's quite okay with me, because death is also close to what what I'm with daily, at least at this moment in time. And I'm very okay with that. Okay, yeah. I just thought maybe there were two different sorts of ravens. Yeah, but okay. So characters, theme, snowflake. Snowflake. Coldness. That's good, because I'm from the north. If I go to Germany or Spain or Taiwan, then or Nigeria, the snow could be very kind of fitting and good theme. Now it's raven too. The theme, of course, here contains the representative animal as well. But yeah, raven, this is quite interesting. I haven't really thought about me being a raven. But also I can't really think of anything else. I think I have skipped this question if there has been one asked at some point. Color. So here is the color. What is the theme color or style? style, it would mean could mean anything. I think style is breaking, no, piercing, then functional. What do I mean is maybe my style of drawing, that I would draw like, and that wasn't very close. I would draw, my drawing style is not very kind of very smooth and slow and like that. I like more quicker, piercing, meaning piercing, and then functional. It is quite nice drawing that I made, must say. And because the work I do is, I'm not going to start something and start doing it well and then kind of go very linearly, because that's not the fastest way. This I have known for a long time, that if the aim is to reach this line and from here, this is one option, kind of get there, but I don't like this at all. My way is this, and of course someone would know the names for this. I don't, but this is my way. Go over the border, then come back and then figure out. Okay, in this example it takes longer to get to the line, but in my case it's actually way faster. That this takes too much energy trying to reach it slowly. So that's also the piercing. I want to focus on a lot on ideas and improvements and future, which is functional and piercing. It's not perfect, it doesn't look perfect, it doesn't have to look finished, polished. I don't like polished. At least I don't have time for that. So this indicates some sort of style that at least my behavior uses. But I think that that's also very beneficial for my plan, my vision, that if I want to work and actually concentrate on many different sectors, then, and break norms, create my own. So this is very much, well, functional is minimal, functional minimum. Minimal is also what I like. functional clothing. So Outlook could be this wouldn't be anything new for me. I like functional. But it's not the point here to find something that fits me very well, but rather what I would like to build. Although as I said before, I already feel like a lot of this is just me explaining what I have already developed or figured out, that the path I have taken fits me as a person and my qualities quite well. So it's not that shocking to realize that maybe this character that I'm building kind of fits to my life, to who I am, to my strengths and weaknesses, like the one that, hey, I'm not in command, I'm second in command. This I have kind of felt a long time, for years, that where I would like to be is not in command. That's boring and for me too demanding. I don't have that. I don't have that kind of need to get there. But second in command, that's the mindset that I'm always willing. If I'm the best at commanding or in this position, leading position, taking responsibility, I will take it. No problem. But yeah. Characters theme. Color. So this is black. And this is white. That's boring. But that also means that the actual theme color can be different. And it's, yeah, of course, it will be different. I would never choose white or black. Boring. Neither is real color. Can I see here what there are colors? I can change this later. Now it's just about putting value or creating new things and getting this forward. What is the color? If I had made the animal female lion, that would kind of raise eyebrows maybe and questions. That, hey, what do you feel like? Well, do I feel like I'm a woman or something? But that wouldn't. I wouldn't mind that question, and I kind of like the idea of not being too manly. With the word, actually, no, not word, name, I have already chosen this. I think it was February this year, so 10 months ago. Yeah. Why did I choose this name? How it went, I don't think I have explained it, but there are two parts here. There's the skip, and then there is Nuni. I started to, when I designed this name, I wanted to have 6 or 7 characters. Six or 7 characters and some symbolism. It needed to be unique, and what I liked was keeping that snow there. So my name was, before this, it was actually combination of two. So art from my name, but also it means art, which is fine. And then this is Finnish, but it also means grandchildren in Spanish, which was the main reason why I wanted to get rid of it. But it's, yeah, as I said, some sort of snow. So I wanted to get rid of this name, but keep the snow element. And because I had learned that this means no in Korean, and even if it didn't, or if I made some mistake here of making this, I don't care anymore. But it means snow in Korean. That I thought, hey, that's fine, okay. And then I started from this. This was the first part, Nun. But I didn't want to end it with consonant. So what could it be? Nuna? No. Nuno? Nunu? I think Nuni or I was kind of the logical answer here. But before I finished any of this, I started to think about, okay, what's before that? And how masculine is this, Nuni? It's not masculine. And that was one of the points, one of the reasons why I chose this. That I think it was fun, Nun. It has some symbolism and it wasn't masculine. I think this was. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe someone else sees it, but this tos, nie tos, or niet, yeah, sure, it can be multiple things. This was by design. I of course didn't consult anyone, but in my opinion, this was kind of feminine, and I wanted to have some masculine part, but not too strong. Not too strong, because I don't need to. Even then I kind of thought about what image does it or what does it tell the name. And I decided, I knew, okay, 3 letters, and then started to play around with the letters. And in the end, Kimnuni, so this being M, would have gone very well with the N. So they would go together. It's easy to pronounce and everything, but I think that was already taken. So it wasn't original, I'm not sure. But also I didn't want Kim because it was too Korean. Let's see. No, it would. Okay, yeah, it is some name at least, even though, but it was never an option because this was too Korean. Kim Jong-un, that's not the reason, but just because I already chose something Korean. And then I ended up here. And also, yeah, one thing, because in my names, any of my names, surname or second name, I have never used K or P. I wanted to have letters that I didn't have used. So the first letter, I think I started there. Then I tried to think, okay, what goes well with this and so on. In the end, this is not easy to pronounce. That was kind of the point why I wanted to move from this Artnietos. It's not easy to pronounce, and I thought maybe it's important in the bigger picture or longer term that I don't need to change the name again. But in the end, I just didn't care. I thought, okay, this is good enough. I didn't spend that much time on it. But Kip Nuni, it has a silent P, Kip Nuni, and you can replace this with a pause, Ki Nuni, Kip Nuni. But in the end, I like it. I think this is perfect balance between some kind of masculine energy, Kip, which is playful also, and then Nuni, which is not strong at all. I don't want to seem strong because I just because then I kind of expel everyone. I know that I can look already too sturdy, and for my life work it's not helpful at all. So I thought I wanted to have at least a name which wouldn't be that difficult to approach, or it wouldn't show or a strong image. And then, yeah, this is good because if I were to use this, I would just call myself Kip. This is a nickname that I would actually use. I have Microsoft account with this, and well, I can just do this. That this is my first and this is my second name. And at least for now, everything is going well. I like the look of it. I like to look at this. I think Nun, this N-U-N is quite nice. 2 eyes. I like that there's only, what is it, 5? Yeah, well, five different characters. One of the biggest problems maybe I have is when writing this with normal keyboard, you just need one hand. All of these are on the right hand side, so that's a bit not that great. It's not bad, and in some situations it might be nice, but yeah. But otherwise I like it. It has character. I think it's quite unique. Kipnu and also Nuni means some sort of child, or child is, I don't know, was it in East Africa and also New Zealand, some people there. but I don't really care that much. I try to see if there are any possible kind of negative feeling that this could give. Maybe it means, or some of this, how it sounds, means some swear word. I don't know, but I haven't come across anything, although I haven't really been active. But yeah, Keep Nuni. That's the story quickly told, that in this creating this name, I already took the masculine and feminine energy kind of into consideration, because I have nothing, I have no need to show my masculinity. I already know how masculine I am. And yeah, in the end it's more hurting my work than helping. All right, color. So yeah, coming to color. So if I already have white, I have black. This is quite strong. Does it radiate feminine energy? At least for me, not much. White, yeah, that's quite cute, but why no kind of cold that could be seen as quite masculine? I think actually that's quite neutral. This is so color style. I could choose feminine. That's what I'm trying to think about here, that the overall my aim is to target neutrality, and main point here is of course the political alignment, but also with my name, with my kind of brand character, that I don't want to just target one group. Let's see, colors. Color palette. This new site. Okay. If I look for feminine colors, black, white. Does it need to be cool? It's looking cool. Vibe. Advisor friendly. Stable. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Cool. I'm not used to being cool. I can't remember any moment in my life when someone has considered me as cool. Maybe, okay, maybe some situations, but But now I'm not thinking about who I am or who I have been. I could become cool, of course. one one way is the outfit. Hey, that's cool. If someone is cool, or if I were cool, then I don't know if the kind of functionality would lose its strength. If I were cool, it would make it easier for people to kind of be alongside me. That it wouldn't feel weird. And yeah, also one thing that came to me was that I have a large nose, so maybe people will think I chose this because of that. Large nose, not that pretty face. It's been some time when I have filmed myself with different angles, so I have kind of forgotten what I look like, but I will do that later when I think about the look and the clothing choices. Right now it's just trying to figure out what vibe I want. With cool, it kind of puts pressure, a little bit at least. I have chosen this life and my qualities because it's easy. It's so easy to live when I'm so flexible. I don't have requirements. I don't need anything. So it's a safety mechanism. And why I haven't even tried to be cool is because it's too difficult, or I haven't seen any point trying to do that. There are of course many ways someone could be cool. And maybe it's not requirement, but it could. How important is that? That my work would be cool. Yeah, this is quite interesting that I haven't actually thought about this. Never in my 27 years have I thought about wanting to be cool. Well, that's the ghost life. If no one can see me, why would I consider what I look like cool? I might need to meditate on that, think about it outside the stream as well, to kind of give it time, because I don't know even where to begin. Cool. Yeah. What else? Where did I? Color. Being cool. I think we should test different colors. Let's do rectangle there. And fill it with black. White I don't need. Then another rectangle. Here I can change it. What if it was like this? The blue is quite boring. But if I, oh, okay, I can't think of myself because I would just choose something like this immediately. But yeah, green and blue are not my thing. I think also green represents the, wait, wouldn't that be Palestine colors? Green, black and white. No, that has also red. Orange. That's Germany. No, not Germany. Was it Nazi Germany? I don't know. Red. I think red is maybe too strong. Yeah, I don't like red. It's too basic. Wine. Bronze. Bronze. Brown. Brown is it's not really feminine, but apparently, okay, click that. But brown is kind of nature. But this is, yeah, this is much brighter and happier color. Yeah, this is not it. Let's go back here. Try to think from others' perspective how it would look like. Of course, the color I could change, but I feel like I should have one base color at least. And I think it's not that important for clothes, that the point would be more on the functionality than color. And also behavior. Confidence would be quite easy, I think, to develop confident look and posture. But what color will I pick for my website, logo, and so on? So this is not an option. Orange, from this life work perspective, I want to, so advisor, second in command, friendly. I might be able to find clothes, white, black, this pink. Blackpink. Yeah, that was bad order of white, pink, black. It might still show Blackpink members. Pink and black. Pink is quite popular, but that doesn't matter. I think yellow, orange, brown, but pink, yeah, pink can be hard to work with. It is very strong. It's very strong. And it can make the website look way too girly, which is not my target. I could separate the this color just for a kind of personal brand, then the website would have different color. What other colors are there? Red, no, green, I'm quite against. Even though nature is very important for me, I feel like that's too, although black and white. Hmm. Hmm. So, how I think about this is that it could be highlight color. So I wouldn't make any button with this color, but maybe the borders could be pink, or there could be some highlights on the text itself. Pink is also, and not this color, that was just the first I kind of saw, some variation, neon and sci-fi. So let's see, sci-fi pink color. But nature color. What if I had two brown? So green. Blue, go with this. It's too Finnish. If I keep the blue color, I feel like this is quite unique already. Black and brown I kind of like. Pink, yellow. I don't like the black pink. Okay, I think these two would be my go-to colors if I could choose. Should I ask AI? Just out of curiosity, what it thinks. I have chosen white and black. Some brand colors. I have brand items. Icons. Snowflake, white, and Raven, black. With those colors, I want to choose a highlighting color or main color theme. I'm interested of what kind of vibe each them would give. I would like to kind of approach all ages and all people from all ages and backgrounds. Currently like the pink and brown. What would those colors usually get or give feeling of? That's it. Maybe I get new insight, maybe not. Unique concept. No, it's fine. Softness and grounded stability. Yeah, sure. Highlight accent color based on the shade. Compassion, friendly and easy to approach. Modern, yes. Sophisticated. Risk. Feminine brands. Disruption and innovation. Yeah, I agree. Universal. Primary theme, brown. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of using both. Let's actually, I could create, this is PNG, that's good. Let me create an image. This is my current logo. Create some variation. Free. Visual create use it just as an inspector. Sketch image combining snowflake, raven, black, white, pink, and colors. The aim is the aesthetics. It's so bad prompt, but see, if it just if it could combine the different elements and colors, that's fine then. I think, yeah, I agree that this kind of has that stability, and pink is a nice highlighting color that is quite powerful, and I could use that. See if I can find just an image. Pink, white, brown, black. White, brown, black. White and black already contrast a lot. Or that's the ultimate contrast. Yeah, I think this is fine because brown indicates the earth, pink indicates the modern future. Okay, maybe that's it. That's it. See these two colors together, just some ideas. I don't think I'd go with that. Hair color. Too bad I can't grow hair. Balding. Well, that's a good posture. Classic. Yeah, I think this is it. And also I do have already black clothes, brown shoes, 2 of them. Pink I don't think I have. But I think pink is quite common also. So finding outfit or some pink colors shouldn't be an issue. And also politically, I don't feel like neither is signals something. So quite neutral, but still quite strong. Okay. What is my character's theme? Already 2 icons, an animal, 4 colors, style. A style is something I can't really change that easily. The drawing style, for example. Maybe I could try, yeah. But I feel like I already explained that well enough that it's kind of fits to my character, because it's, I wouldn't say I'm sloppy, but I do optimize a lot. I'm not that autistic that everything needs to be very clear. I like messiness. I like to just do. Yeah. Stable, trustworthy, cool. Yeah, this feels good. I feel good about this. And other colors, of course, I will use other colors, but I think this put together, yeah, quite nice, quite nice. the vibe of my character. Have I think it's quite clear what I get from all this, my life work. I get to observe, and this is my choice of living. I planning all of this. Actually, yeah, yeah, it was quite okay. This what I'm doing currently, but yeah, it is quite clear that I benefit and I have a lot of options. But and also I still don't have another or plan B. There's nothing else to do. I think the next thing to do is try to think. Okay, I will just quickly go over what I have written. Yes, limitations. These are my kind of problems, but perfect character, work like crazy. Goals, inspiration, sharing, creation. People would assume I was insane. Yeah, no problem. It's approachable for who, introverts, extrovert, priority, inspiring, inspiration, hope, optimistic, shows trust, interest, unique, extreme neutral, and just I will move to the next point, which is from what which is what others get from me, and this is how I friendships work. That's really basic stuff. Representative animal, I think that's quite clear now. And yeah, let's see. Okay, yeah, and some risks. Started to do that. Yeah, so my point of view is quite clear. Now let's go to the other one. What others get from me? That's a good question. What do others get from me? Let's create new. Fun. To opportunity to join, let's see, network interesting discussion, help on their issues. I had something here as well. Yeah, inspiration. Wait. Up. Inspiration, motivation, hope. I hope that would happen. Optimism. Not sure how much that could spread, but These are my problems here. Interesting discussion. Interesting. Compliments. Okay, at least I have now something here. So let's dig deeper. Fun. Telling jokes. Opportunity to join. Show my work and goals. Contact. I can provide provide help, yes. I could connect them to others. My network. Interesting discussion. Most people are boring. Help on their issues, goals. They tell, I give my opinion. Inspiration. New ideas for them. Motivation. Motivation feeds. Creates. I don't know. Hope. Someone is doing something. Optimism. Different point of view from normal pessimism. Interesting experiences. Interesting experience. Who wouldn't like some random NPC? And compliments. You are great. Wouldn't like that. Okay. Most people are boring. Maybe that's not the case. Or, okay, I feel everyone has something to give, but that is sort of my senses that many people or too many people are just too shallow and they're afraid to even think about their feelings. So yeah, They are keeping themselves and everyone else from the actual interesting stuff. Show my work, goals, contact info. Yeah. Being able to quickly tell, hey, I do this work, I do this, and maybe even show quickly, hey, this is my website or so on. There could be contact info. I have thought about this already, that I would create videos and yeah, make my website better, and then for contact information I could even put some QR codes on my clothes. Why not? Why not being walking advertisement? Network, of course. Here, I think the main issue, at least in the beginning, would be that I'm not used to remembering people that well, what they do. I get confused, and has been a trend in my life, my whole life, that I move on to the next thing and try to forget. So the opposite. Interesting discussion, yes. So I would assume that I can create new experiences for them. And also interesting discussion that, yeah, my point of view could be different. And I'm open to any discussion. Help on their issues, goals. Of course, people are too humble. They don't want to tell about their issues, problems. But I could find a way to kind of open people up more, what's on their mind, and this is a big question mark, how much I could actually help, because I don't have much experience yet. I would like to be a consultant to firms as well, but how good of an opinion I could give, I will see about that. Inspiration, new ideas from for them, just by giving my opinions and giving my perspective, goals, it could inspire someone that, hey, I haven't thought about that. So that's one goal. Motivation. So just, or here is this, that if I really talk, hey, have you heard about this? Or I'm very interested in this. That at least works for me. If someone else is motivated, then I would get motivated as well. So that's why it's so important to be in an environment with people who have motivation, because yeah, that spreads hope. Someone is doing meaningful work. At least I have come across to many people who kind of radiate pessimism, and the general sense is that world is going towards very bad place and no one is doing anything. So maybe this would at least show some hope that, hey, okay, now they know one person more who is doing something. Optimism, well, maybe I could put them same point, but yeah, many are too pessimistic, And even if they are hopeful for the future, the way they do, the way they act and talk about politics and so on, I feel is too pessimistic that nothing will change. So this is kind of more realistic or concrete day-to-day level than hope. That I could actually do something differently. Not sure how that will go, but anyways. Interesting experience. Yeah. I would need to create some acts. NPC role. Even though I kind of live acting, I'm so conscious that I almost always act. I'm not very good actor. I don't know how to pronounce or get into some roles. I'm not very good at my expressions because those have never been my area. I don't look at the mirror that much. What I said before, I have kind of forgotten already what I look from different angles. So, but yeah, that's very flexible. Can be anything. I could have props. I could do some small act, or then maybe I can just say that, hey, I'm an NPC. Given options, I could have a tablet or something that people could communicate through a tablet. That could be fun. And compliments is very clear. Everyone likes compliments even if they don't want them. That's just the easiest thing to do. I don't need to do anything else. Just, hey, you're great. You're doing great, or I like your outfit. I like your energy. I like your something. What others get from me, and this list I can expand. Okay. So I have many things here. Physical, I could add as well. Behavior. Physical, so what I mean here is this I won't change, but I will write it because maybe it gives some idea. So physically active. I will remain physically active. I have always been, and okay, let me try think. Is there any reason why I should lose muscle or gain muscle or fat? Should I be more or less physically active and look like that? Would I seem more friendly? Although my idea is kind of, what is there? Can attack, impossible to hit. I think I need to do something about that. So flexible, agile, can attack, impossible to hit. And then this piercing, functional, minimal style. I think that goes pretty well with being physically active. So that I want to have energy, and I want to do. I'm not going to kind of look for friends to settle. I want to be or have a unique role, and that's it. But can I help you? How? Okay, there you go. And then goodbye. And then, yeah, vegan preference. I don't feel like this. Wait, prefer. Really? Preference. 4 E's, okay. Vegan preference. That I don't feel like I need to change. I have, last week I ate, was it 2 times I ate meat? So, and it doesn't happen often. I think I had 2 month gap without me eating any meat. But yeah, this is quite good, I would think, or it would fit this character, everything, and it's between the kind of feminine and masculine, that I can still eat meat if I want. I just prefer not to, because it's not that good. Or okay, it is good, but well, not that important. There are other foods that are better tasting. Is there anything else physically? I haven't really gone for Outlook yet. So physically, okay, physically active vegan preferences. I think this just kind of covers everything in that area. And then what I choose to, or how do I choose to walk? This I thought about earlier today, that what if I start running more? If I come from the store, grocery store, I have just a few things. What if I run a few 100 meters? Why not? Would it look weird? Yes, possibly. I would save only a minute, maybe a minute and a half. But for my body and energy levels, it could actually be good, or it would be good, I think. So why do people not run other than when going specifically for a run? It's because it looks kind of weird. And of course I would come home and I'm all sweaty. So that's one reason, but I think that's something I could start doing if it goes with my NPC role. Would it go with that? It's very easy thing to do. I would benefit from it. it's unique, but not in a way that's I wouldn't cause any trouble with it. So I don't interact with anyone. I get attention, which I don't like getting attention, but in this case, it doesn't matter. So that's sort of a negative, but would it go with my style? Functional, yes. Minimal, yes. But is it too uncool? But the confidence, that would just raise the importance of confidence. If I'm confident, then it doesn't matter. Yeah. Running. Make running normal. But yeah, because I have decided that running will not be my hobby or sport, I'm not going to continue doing that. If there was someone, I could maybe go for a few runs, but I'm not going to train for another marathon because it just takes too much time. I want to spend it on this life work. But this is kind of a loophole. Maybe I could do this. Make running normal. This is not really, wait, it's not a physical, maybe more like behavior. Pick up trash if not in a hurry. So behavior, what if I did this? What if I picked up trash? Yeah, I think the vibe I'm getting from this character is, well, very similar that I have envisioned it before, but it's quite random, but and quite functional. But it can work. Respect. Even if I somehow manage to show this, in a way that would make me seem like I do this only to get respect, but in reality I get more out of this than just attention. I don't like trash, so attention. Attention, not wanted, but exercise for me. Crouching. Wait. Oh. It was correct. Okay. Exercise for me. It is quite good exercise. And then nicer looking places could motivate others to do the same. Negative, I'd have to carry trash. I already decided a few months ago, was it 2 or 3 months ago, that if or the next run I would take, I would do a trash run. But I never went, and now there's snow there. I could still do that, and actually I would do that. So instead of going to my regular route through the forest path, I would start to run in the parks and in between the buildings and so on, and pick up trash. Sadly, I haven't gone for any runs. Wonder how bad it would feel to go for a one now. But yeah, there are different things here, and the main question here is, why wouldn't I do this? What's the reason to not pick up trash? And for most people, I think the problem is that it's not normal. They don't think that it's normal, and they don't want attention. And it requires some feeling, going through some feelings, and they are not capable of that. Maybe they have something else to do. But this is, yeah. In the end, I will go through and build sort of. Maybe I could even try to create a presentation from this, or yeah, that could work. But at least organize this better and make a plan. Behavior. Did I have something else? Physical. Appearance. Appearance-wise, I really don't like that much. Suits I haven't used that much, but what I do like, I think what many people like. So how would I middle ancient 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 is quite wide, but I don't know how much I like wearing normal clothes, shirts. I think multi-piece shirts could be nice. Maybe in the summer, maybe not tunic or toga, but let's see if I can find something functional here. But something else, and is it tailoring? Tailor. If I had more time, I think I would like to learn how to tailor and actually do my own clothes. It would be cool if I met someone and I had money to pay them, hey, do you want to do some clothes for me? Because, well, that's art as well, and I would actually prefer that. Let's say Middle Ages. A bit like this, maybe. Multi-piece clothes. Cloak is not necessary. This could be kind of nice. Peasant, yes, peasant look. Really looking like NPC. And this I have thought way before, kind of thinking about becoming an NPC. Some situations that something like this could be my preferable clothing choice. So functional and yeah, multi-layered. With pockets, of course. That's why custom tailoring that needs to hold my phone and so on. And also I feel like, hey, I could have way more pockets than what I currently have. So it could be very functional. Maybe backpack is not what I want to wear. Maybe something else. Maybe it could be on my waist. Not a sword, but yeah, I don't know. That's just an idea I have had that why would I settle for normal clothes? And this is just my preferences. It has nothing to do how I want people to look at me or what image does it show. If I got to choose, I would choose something else than men's clothing styles. I would choose something else than this. But of course, yeah, these are functional as well, but maybe a bit boring. Maybe a bit boring. Okay. It's over 10 p.m. 7-hour stream. Wow. I think what I will do now is I'm going to end the stream and continue next time. I will try to think about all of this. These were very nice new things, and try to start putting these together. The confidence is the most important thing, and then when I start building this action, making the changes, I could before that try to think about reality more, think about this, the core of my conscious self. And yeah, maybe I get even more ideas. Is functional or And then, yeah, can I answer these questions? That's kind of a requirement. Yeah, that's good. I could have maybe this care. I could have made more notes, but it is what it is. Yeah.